There's usually
Cool.
about 10 to 15 seconds of dead air when we do hit the live button.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, here on my end, it's still taking a few seconds. There we go.
All right, you got it up on your end?
Yeah,
Let's see
we're good.
here. All right. Hi, everybody. My name's Eddie G. This is Bay's Showcase. For today's t shirt, check it out. We are rocking with the Boondocks. Yeah. A pimp named Slickback. Yeah.
That's
And
it.
tonight, we do have iFOMO. A few of you that are a big fan of this channel might already recognize him. He is one of the podcast co hosts. On Saturday nights, 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, we do go live Beyond the Binder on Son of a Merc's channel. iFOMO, dude, I'm sure there's people in the crowd already that recognize you. I see right now AMPM Pokemon. How's it going, buddy? Much
You.
appreciated. Much love, Paul. And I do see William Hill. William Hill, let's freaking go. Now, Paul, check it out. Check it out. Just because I love fucking doing this. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The little Gengar that Aubrey sent. That's right.
Nice.
I like lighting him up. I like how it looks. It looks so awesome. Gengar stomps. Gengar stomps. All right.
Yeah, it's good.
So that was our little intro right there for everybody. I do want to dive right into the conversation today. Today we have a whole bunch of talking points that we're going to get into. I know, I'm going to chew everybody's head off. I'm going to totally bore everybody half to death. But you know what? I don't give a damn. We're going to get right into it. We're going to talk about all sorts of things here on the channel. iFOMO, iFOMO. First off, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for accepting, dude, for coming on as a guest on the channel. Do you have any words you want to start off for everybody here in the chat lobby?
Well, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. Uh, it's a good day to unwind. Today's like my only day off. Like I literally
Mhm.
didn't even have school for some reason. It's a holiday, but it's like dusty as hell outside. So like you can't even go out to enjoy it. So I'm like perfectly happy doing a podcast today in the middle of a Friday. So thank you for having me.
Awesome, awesome. I think the holiday is Good Friday because it's going to be Easter Sunday this Sunday. So
Makes sense.
yeah, there's like a holiday that goes on Friday because of it. I'm not all up to date with all that stuff. That's more of the Yesenia side of things. She celebrates all that. But
Isn't
this
it
Sunday,
Viernes Santo?
yeah,
Isn't it?
Viernes Santo.
Yeah. Okay. See,
Yeah,
we're already starting.
yeah.
We're already
So
starting to cook.
yeah, Sunday we're gonna have Inked Penguin on. We're gonna have him on this Sunday,
Nice.
6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So we're gonna have a little bit of fun with the Inked Penguin from Canada over here on the channel. It's gonna be amazing. Dude, the first thing I wanted to tackle, I mean, we do have a little bit of an itinerary here in case anybody wants to review it. It is the second paragraph in the description to the live stream. I wanted to touch on a brief history of your collecting journey, and I ask a bunch of people this. So you were there when Son of a Merc was on. Remember? You remember he
Yeah,
collects rocks, or he used to collect rocks, and we had
absolutely.
E-Man used to collect slingshots. I used to collect little figurines, like the little luchadores and stuff like that. What is the first thing ever that you remember collecting? And it could have been anything. Like I said, Merc collected rocks. Somebody collected slingshots. That was E-Man. I like the little luchadors that you used to get like from the little machines and stuff. What was the first thing that put you on a collecting journey? And then from there on, what other things did you start collecting? Because I know you like Pokemon. I know you like One Piece. I know you like Yu-Gi-Oh, or at least I think you like Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, I was a big Yu-Gi-Oh fan.
Thank you, love.
So
Yes, and you just brought over the NOS ice cold can of beautiful energy.
nice. I
But
got the
yes, take it
Sprite.
away. Sprite. There we go.
Mhm.
There we go.
Cheers. So, what I used to collect was the Tazos,
Oh,
Tazos. You can probably look those up on eBay. They were
yep.
these little round chips that came in the Lay's potato chips bags over in Central America. I don't
And
know if they came
Mexico.
out. And
Mexico
in
has that.
Mexico?
Yeah, Tazos. I
Bro.
used to collect them. I have a little collection of Tazos from Despicable Me that are just a few years old. whenever we go to Mexico or we get shit from Mexico, dude, I love the bags of chips that have little those little things in there. I like the Dragon Ball ones, the Despicable Me ones,
Yeah.
all of them. But dude, keep going, keep going. Tell people about this stuff.
So these things came actually, we need to ask chat. If anybody in chat knows what these things are, like say something in the comment section because I haven't heard anybody talk about these things in the United States. So I'm wondering if this was exclusively for Latin America.
Well,
Uh,
yes, because in the United States, you're not allowed to put a toy in the bag of chips. It's you're not allowed to put something that's not
mm,
food inside of the food stuff. So they can't have tazos, they can't have stickers, they can't have.
that
O
sucks.
Over there in Mexico, you could get little strips inside your bag that you redeem for more money than what the bag itself
Yeah.
was worth.
Yes, I remember those. They came in
Yeah.
every bag of chips. Yeah, that was, and some came with like a free movie ticket or something like that.
Yep, yep.
And see, back then, those things were just plastic with a little bit of ink on them. Later, as we progress through the years and I reach middle school, they start coming out with these fancy aluminum tassels. And these things are kind of weird because one side is flat and the other side is kind of like curved a little bit.
Yeah,
So it was
it has
harder
a
to
rim.
play with.
It has a
Yeah.
rim. Yeah.
So at my school,
I
we
would
had to develop a new strategy on
yeah.
how we were going to play against each other because you
Hi,
flip
Jane.
it around. Yeah. If you turned it around to where the curved side was, you could literally go over the ones that were flattened. So it
Yeah, yeah,
changed the strategy and everything. Uh,
definitely.
I don't think those are collectible to this day, but I've seen a few offers of lots selling for,
Yes.
like $100 or something like that.
If you have the complete lot, it is a collectible thing. It's just like people that collect pogs. Tazos or like the I would say I don't know, I might be speaking out of turn, but I always thought of Tazos as the
Hmm.
Hispanic version of pogs. That's the way I saw it because they were in bags of chips from Mexico or like you just said, Central America. I'm pretty sure even South America has stuff like this. But I am
Yeah.
sure that Asian countries as well have stuff like that because if you remember, some of the stuff that Suge sent has stuff inside of it. This has a sticker.
Oh, yeah, 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 of course.
Yeah. So I can't say it's just a Hispanic thing, but I always thought of Tazos as Hispanic pogs because of that. I do want to say a big hello to Feller Chris. Feller Chris, one of the previous people on this podcast as well. He will be coming back for a future episode in season two. Hopefully, hopefully. I haven't confirmed everything with everybody, but Feller Chris was amazing to have here on the channel. So I hope all my guests want to come back and hit a second episode when we have season two, season three, and so on and so forth. This is the first season. This was just to see if it goes okay, to see if people like it. You know what I mean? And people seem to enjoy it. Um, I'm actually very glad that you brought up the Tazzles though, because literally, bro, they're still a thing. They're still a
Yeah.
thing to this day. I still get them whenever we can, whenever they're released for stuff, and I think they're just neat. I always want to get like the shiny or the exclusive ones, the ones that are like hardest to pull. I know for Dragon Ball, there used to be some that were like golden Tazzles, and I was like, oh, I
Bro,
want the golden one.
you have to explain this to me. See, I stopped after middle school. I think in high school, maybe I was still collecting these things, but eventually it all disappeared. I don't know where it went. Maybe I gave them away. Maybe I threw them out,
Yeah.
spring cleaning type situation. But how have they evolved over the years if
All right.
they're still in production? Tell
So
me all
if
the nuances.
all right. Well, so I don't know like the newest ones because again, I don't go to Mexico too often or anything like that. But every now and then we have relatives that go. They come back. They'll bring chips and stuff. Um, the most recent ones, like I said, were probably Dragon Ball Super and the Despicable Me. For the Despicable Me, it was for one of the recent movies. It might have been like the Minions 2 movie or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Because they have a lot of Despicable Me movies.
Yeah,
Um, if I recall correctly, the Despicable Me ones still had a little bit of a rim on one side, but the Dragon Ball Super ones were flat, all flat, just
nice.
like Pogs. And then they have different characters. They have different like holographic patterns or different like brilliant colors. I remember purple was one of the ones that would pop. It would be like a shiny, glittery purple. And then there's the gold ones. The gold ones are usually like the harder to get ones.
Nice.
Um, and I don't even remember, but honestly, I feel like there was 30 in a collection. Like there's 30 different ones that you could get. They're from like a blind bag because it's a bag of chips. You don't know which one you're gonna get, so you're supposed to trade them with your friends and stuff. If your friend has a couple of Gokus and you have like three Vegetas, you could be like, "I'll give you a Vegeta for a Goku. That way we both have one." And you get
Mhm.
excited and you start
Yeah.
trading them among each other that way. Um, I've never looked into the market for them, so I've never like really shopped around for them. But I know that when we were trying to complete the Despicable Me one, because we got a bunch of them, we looked into eBay to see if they were being sold. And at that time, there was people that were selling them, dude, on eBay. They were selling singles, or they were selling stacks of like random assortment, or full lots where like you get the whole shit. But we didn't wind up completing it. We have them around somewhere. I literally have to find them though.
I'm literally looking at eBay right now. It's like, yeah, the people have collections of these and they look exactly like the ones I used to collect. This is crazy.
How much are you seeing them for on eBay, buddy?
$189.
For some freebies, bro, that came in your bags of chips. Just think about it, dude. And you
And
get
this is
bags of
cheap.
chips cheap. Yeah, cheap over there. It's cheaper
Yeah.
to get bags of chips than it is to get like actual food. Food. You know what I mean? Like all that junk food over there. It's pretty cheap, bro.
Oh, it's so cheap. It's like, well, depends. Uh, I think 20 lemps is what they used to cost. No, actually, it was less. I think it was 9 lemps, meaning it was like 50 cents for a bag of chips.
Yeah.
Maybe even less. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Yeah.
think right now it's probably about $2, like $2 American for a giant bag of fucking chips over there, dude. If you get the smaller bags of chips, they're probably under a buck.
Yeah, versus here where you get them for like $4, you get a small
Yeah.
bag for at least $2.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, that's the
Um.
deal.
Yeah. After collecting the Tazos, so now we know Tazos were the first thing. That's the first thing you remember.
Yeah.
Keep going on your collecting journey. Tell us from there how it's progressed. What did you remember collecting after? What did you jump to? And so on and so forth.
So from there, I remember collecting Transformers because I was all about the
Ooh.
Transformers. If you could turn a toy into another toy, I thought that concept was fascinating. And you being
Yeah.
able to actually mechanically do it yourself, kind of like a Rubik's Cube, essentially, uh, that was all the rage for me back when I was a kid. Uh,
Yeah.
the thing about my collecting journey is that it kind of took a hold because everything became digital. And
Uh,
see, in Central America and in third world countries, things like piracy and stuff like that was not really a big deal. You wouldn't get penalized for any of that stuff.
mm-hmm.
So getting video games as ROMs and getting emulators was very simple. Getting movies directly from I remember the pirate ship. I used to use the pirateship.org and I used to download them using views,
Yeah.
and that would pretty much that would essentially be the way that you would watch anything for free back then. So I didn't even have to purchase a video game up until like I even played the DS games on the emulator. It was up until I got to the United States when I was like about 18 or 19 years old that unfortunately you can pirate videos or anything like that because they would literally like downgrade your internet. It would start messing with your internet. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh wow, here in the States, they're like onto you. Like,
Yep.
are they like watching me right now?
That's
Like,
that's why they would throttle your internet because they were watching you.
so I was like, man, like these guys are on top of everything over here. Very
Yeah.
optimized.
By the way,
That's what I
putting
thought.
we're putting a feather in that portion. How you just said at around 18 was when you came over here. We are gonna touch back on that after we finish this little portion, but we are
Yeah.
gonna talk about how you immigrated over to Honduras for a portion of your life, came back over after. So that's gonna be a fun conversation there. Um, but
Yeah, I
yes,
had to include that little time skip because throughout that period of my life, I even up to like when I was like 25, 26 years old, I've been
Mhm.
extremely minimalistic.
Ah,
Uh, don't collect much. I don't even like too many clothes and stuff like that. Extremely minimalistic, I would
yeah.
say. Uh,
There's nothing wrong with that either. That's a perfect way to live. You stretch out every dollar as much as you can.
precisely. Um, and then I got what happened? I remember being in San Antonio and I got a
Ooh.
3DS for the very first time. After
Ooh.
all this time, I hadn't been in playing the games or anything like that. I had lived in Washington, D.C. for 4 years and in San Antonio for
Mhm.
2.5. So it had been quite a while since I had played like a game in general.
Hey, Katie,
And
sweetheart, how's it going?
hey,
Katie's
Katie.
using her backup account because she's using her main phone for gambling. We love you.
Nice.
We know how it goes. Spin them slots, baby. Spin them slots.
Best of luck. Um, so I hadn't played for a very long time, so the first game I got, pretty sure it was Alpha Sapphire.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, the remake of Gen 3. And boy, was that game so freaking good. Uh, I played that a few times. Then I kept playing.
Hmm.
Since I had played all these games one way or another, either through an emulator or through a console, I had been caught up with every game. So ever
Okay.
since then, I kept playing the games. And then all of a sudden, like 4 years ago, I find out that there's a TCG that I had no idea existed. I found out I found this out through playing a phone game called Dragon Ball Legends,
Yes.
where one of the content creators that I followed to get my news about Dragon Ball Legends was hyping up Dragon Ball cards and
Oh,
saying like, "Oh yeah, people sell these and they can make money off of this." And I'm like, "What is he talking about?"
talking
So I
about
go,
Dragon Ball.
yeah, I see the Dragon Ball cards. They didn't really call me as much as the Pokemon ones did. And then I saw a Leonhardt video, and that just got the ball rolling. And then I just took a nosedive face first into Pokemon.
Okay. Okay. So then that's how it all happened. You
That's
fell
how it
down the
all
rabbit hole
happened.
with Leonhardt.
Basically, and Leonhard, I had been following him very at a distance ever since 2016 because Pokemon Go came out. And
Hmm.
back then, I was in San Antonio, and that game was all the rage, and I lived 2 blocks away from a university. So you already know people were playing that game everywhere. It
That's
was
true.
all the rage. So
Son of
I
Merc.
had seen Leonhardt before. What's up, Merc? I
Yep.
had seen Leonhardt before. I knew the whole Leonhardt situation about how he quit. Uh, did he quit becoming a lawyer, or he was already a
Yeah.
lawyer and he quit and he
Yeah.
started working with Pokemon full time? So
If I
I knew
recall
all of that.
correctly, he was a lawyer and he actually quit to do Pokemon full time. This is the
Yeah,
toy that came inside, or the sticker. Oh, it's a sticker, right? It's not really a toy, but you get me.
nice.
It's pretty
Yeah,
dope.
that's cool. It looks like Mothman from afar.
Yep. And then just to show this really quick, I am gonna eat the cookie, by the way. There we go. It's pretty neat. Thank you very much, Shug Nasty, for sending these treats over. Truly appreciate it. But yeah, dude, that's pretty neat. I like hearing how everybody's origin story is. I like hearing how they're involved in the Pokemon TCG or whichever TCG it may be, because not everybody that I've interviewed is specifically Pokemon TCG related. But
Yeah,
that was pretty neat. That was pretty neat. Yeah. I
yeah,
didn't know Leonhardt was like basically what got you first into it. You know.
yeah. Uh, I think at one point in time, I put Pokemon into YouTube, probably looking for a walkthrough for Alpha Sapphire or some sort of item list that I could get, and he probably
Hmm.
popped up due to that. But I'm very
Okay.
happy he did because otherwise I probably to this day wouldn't have found this hobby. And I probably would still be in the old mindset of mine that I used to have, which is not necessarily the right way to approach things, where
Hmm.
you don't have a very good view of what money costs and what the value of money is.
I
and I'm
get you.
very much aware of what that is through this hobby, I would say. But
Okay.
yeah, originally I gave up the whole collecting process. If you actually look at reserved investments, we've been
Yes.
talking about him for a few days.
Yeah.
Uh, he says that everyone, you either have a collecting gene or you don't. It's something that you're born with. It's not something that's made, which
Hmm.
I find very interesting because I kind of, if I had it, I probably gave it up at some point, and now I'm picking back up the pieces. I don't know if that necessarily means
I
that
get
I
it.
have it or don't have it, but uh, it's an interesting
Hmm.
philosophy.
Well, tell people though. So now we know you're into Pokemon. This point of your life, you're into Pokemon. Did you get into Pokemon first, then One Piece? Because you didn't mention One Piece or Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh, well, I got into Yu-Gi-Oh first.
Okay.
The thing that I collected, Jesus Christ, the thing that I collected the most as a kid was Yu-Gi-Oh, and we used to play it all the time because between Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh was more playable and fun for that matter. And we understood it right from the bat because if you watch the show, you already understand how it works, except you'd understand that cards in the show do not do what the actual card does.
Hmm.
So as
That's
long as
true.
you know that. And Yu-Gi-Oh was cooler for kids, I think, because it had a lot of cooler stuff like crazy dragons and maybe some sort of like pot of greed. I don't
Yeah.
know what it is, but that face is just really
It
cool.
looks
And it's like,
demonic. Demonic
yeah.
pot.
And I think that appealed to a lot of kids because a lot of kids were troubled in those days,
Well,
trying to
it was
figure out
more
where the place
badass.
is.
Instead of
Exactly.
cutesy, badass. That's what all it was.
And people don't want to acknowledge with cute; they want to acknowledge with cool. Absolutely.
Hmm. Yep. And then
Yeah, I
okay.
think that Yu-Gi-Oh thing, I think I buried back in the Shadow Realm
Uh
because
huh.
I ended up giving all my cards away, and I had stacks and stacks of cards. This was in Honduras, by the way, where you can't sell these things. It's not
Oh, okay.
possible. I mean, you can trade, you can possibly maybe make a sale here and there, but there's not a lot of liquidity over there.
It's not a big
Uh,
market.
no, you have to figure it out. You're more likely to trade things, I would say, because there's more monetary value in a trade than actually paying cash up front,
I
I
get you.
think.
I get you. By the way, Shug, that Dragon Ball, I'm gonna call it a wafer. It was a wafer, right? That's considered a wafer cookie. Um,
Yeah.
dude, that was hella good. I loved it. It tasted yummy. It was chocolatey. I liked it.
What did you get? What sticker did you get? I got an Ultimate Gohan, the
Well,
future Gohan.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know the name of these characters. It's three little like space like robot looking dudes.
They must be from the new Daima because I've never seen them either.
I
And I've
haven't
seen
watched
almost every
Daima yet.
episode.
Yeah.
I'm missing like a handful of
Oh,
episodes because I'm watching them in English. It
Daima.
is?
It is
Yeah.
Daima. That's why I don't know
Are,
who they are.
could those be the robots that are like protecting the Dragon Balls? Do they have Dragon Balls in in their chest?
Yeah. They have
Okay,
Dragon
that's
Balls on
them.
their chest.
Yeah, okay, that's them. They're guarding the demon Dragon Balls.
Okay. Okay.
That's all I'm gonna say. No
I,
spoilers.
I'm excited to see Dragon Ball Daima when I get a chance.
It's
Um.
very good. The first episode is just such a nostalgic episode, especially the first scene.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Let's see.
highly recommend it.
All right.
It gets a little slow, but every Dragon Ball show has a little slow part before it gets good. Then they
All right.
crank it up to like 1,000.
So now we know Yu-Gi-Oh was when you were younger. We're gonna get back to that when we talk about Honduras. We are gonna get into that. We're gonna take a deep dive into that. When did One Piece become a thing? Because again, you're gonna be the guy I talk to at the very end of this episode regarding One Piece.
Yeah. Let's see. As I was a kid, not wanting to do school and wanted to watch TV all day, I found Naruto, I found One Piece, I found Yu-Gi-Oh, Dragon Ball, all these shows that now we know as anime. Um, One Piece was one of them. And One Piece was kind of like the black sheep of all of them because it didn't follow the natural trend like, oh, yeah, Luffy has rubber powers, but he's not very cool. He's not very like stoic. There's not really he doesn't follow that normal stereotypical main character, and that's kind of what I liked. He just kind of did whatever the hell he wanted to. And and be a goofball while you're at it. I'm like, dude, that's such a positive way of taking life. I love it. And in
Yeah,
fact, that's probably like my inner spirit in a sense, just being a goofball.
I get you.
Uh, so I related to him for sure. It's just that the show was boring. But for a kid, who cares? I was watching Dragon Ball, I was watching all the cool ones, and then after that, I'd watch One Piece. I'd be perfectly satisfied with it. Of course, as all these animes progressed, I progressed with them, watching through and through, and started reading the mangas for them. These just got better and better and better every single time until One Piece finally was. It's like, holy crap, Luffy is very cool after like 400 episodes, you know, because that's when they started taking a certain direction. It's because One Piece was kind of a hard pill to swallow for the West Side. I think for all the reasons I just mentioned earlier. Um, so it didn't get as much traction in the United States up until recently, I would say. When did One Piece get traction? Probably the Wano arc,
Okay.
which was very recently. This was like 2 years ago, a year ago. The whole arc is, I think, 100 to 200 episodes, but it
Hmm.
took them a long time to complete it. And the whole arc is practically a fight between this dude versus Luffy. That's all I'm going to say. It's some of the best animation I've seen so far.
Okay.
In case you want to watch that.
And then when the One Piece TCG came out, because you were already a fan of One Piece, you were just like, boom, I'm in it. Like,
Uh, that was an interesting little project. I'm going to call it that. That ended up being very successful and very fruitful. Um, I knew that One Piece came out. Everyone kept saying diversify. I was only in Pokemon at the time, and Nostalgianomics and all these people kept saying diversify into something. I mean, back then, diversify meant diversify into anything, but now I kind of understand what they meant.
okay.
Um, so I was looking at One Piece, and that was completely a hit or miss because back then nobody knew what the hell was going to happen to it. But I was like, you know what? I like One Piece. I like the direction that they're heading because Luffy hasn't turned Gear 5 yet, which is Super Saiyan essentially in Dragon Ball terms.
Hmm.
Um, but he had already done that in the manga. So I knew that Luffy was about to go Super Saiyan in the anime. And that's when the TCG came out maybe half a year prior. And I'm thinking to myself, this looks very interesting.
Mm.
Like, and then they talked about a live action. And I'm like, and it's coming out when Luffy essentially turns Gear 5. I'm like, this is very interesting. So I started
Okay.
connecting the dots because it all to me resembled triggers that essentially caused the Pokemon boom. Because,
Ah.
you know, and I had, when did I get into Pokemon? I got into Pokemon during Silver Tempest. So I was kind of like post all this boom hype, but it was still inflated prices.
Yeah.
But but I still very much had done research prior to getting involved in all of this, understanding the markets, at least attempting to understand the markets. So the I saw the connections, and then I started putting some money into Romance Dawn, the first set.
Hmm.
Um, got one of those white bottom boxes that ended up. I ended up selling that for $250.
Those are expensive as hell now, right?
Yeah, but see, I needed the money for opportunity cost at the time. I can't remember for
Yeah.
what it was. Probably like a grading play. So I sold it. Then it's just, when you make mistakes to that caliber and everybody does them, I made a lot of them in the beginning. So once you get those out of the way, you don't make them again. You understand, hey, patience is a virtue. And
Mm-hmm.
honestly, to this day, I'm still learning patience because sometimes I sell things way too early than I'm supposed to. I'm
I get.
always a step ahead of the game, but I'm always a step ahead to sell too. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a weird little thing. It's fear of something. We'll get into that later.
Okay. Cool.
But
Cool.
yeah, but it turned out that One Piece was a blessing because as Pokemon corrected market wise, all my investments in Pokemon went down. But it caused these people to pour their money into One Piece, causing One Piece to go all the way up.
Uh,
And then reprints occur and reprints occur for
mhm.
Pokemon, then everything stabilizes, and now it's all starting to go back up again.
All right. We got two questions. First question
All
from
right.
Mark in chat. If you could be a gym leader, what type would you be? I'm gonna say fire type. I think fire type for me.
That's an interesting question. I've never thought of that. I like I like psychic, but I think I'd go ice.
Ice? That's my second
Ice.
choice. Do you know why
Yeah,
ice is my second choice? Because almost every ice type Pokemon can just use water type moves. So you can use ice for the grass energy Pokemon, water type moves for the fire energy type Pokemon. So Squirtle, I think, is OP because it could take down Bulbasaur and Charmander.
nice. I like the way you think of it. Yeah. See, I'd go psychic because that's the easy choice because it has an advantage against what was it?
But
Fighting in dark?
its weakness against normal type Pokemon, right?
I thought it was ghost.
Oh, is it Ghost?
Is
Which
it?
one's
Yeah, I
weakness
think so.
against normal type?
You got me. Let me think. I don't think is there one?
I think
What
there
is
is.
weak?
I read something recently about it. I mean, I might be wrong though. I'm okay with being wrong.
Let's see real quick because that's a very good point.
Yeah, but
Well, it's according to this, it's weak against everything. Rock, steel, fighting, flying, poison, bug, psychic, fairy, and ghost.
hmm,
Woof. Um, yeah, I always had an ice type in my party when I played a game.
yeah,
Um, because I knew eventually I was gonna have to fight a dragon and that was gonna be annoying. So I'd like to have my little ice type. That dude was
yeah.
always my underdog. Didn't matter which one it was, and I freaking loved that dude. Whatever ice type was in my party.
Hmm.
I started with Sneasel, which was the worst one you want to have. Its defense is just horrible. I would get
Yeah.
KO'd immediately with that
Straight out
dude.
though, if you guys choose Ice type, because Merc says he'd choose Ice type, I'd walk all over you with my Fire type Pokemon. I'm your weakness.
Well, that's funny because before 2014 or 2016, fire was not super effective against ice. In the
Oh
older
no.
games, nah, was not super effective against ice. Now they
What
realize
would?
that when you throw fire at ice, it melts. So they
Yeah,
kind of fixed it.
yeah.
They
What
cracked the
would?
code.
What would be the weakness against Ice back then in the old days?
That's a good question because uh, ice wasn't. Was it super effective against dragons? Dragons, did they even have dragon types? Yeah, they did. They had
Dragons,
it in Gen
dragons
2.
are like flying, right?
Dragons were flying, I think, in Gen 1, but then when you go to
Yeah.
Gen 2, we have that dragon gym leader. So we officially have dragon types there. And they weren't very good, if I remember correctly. Like Dragon Rage, super crappy move. I think the flying
Well,
type moves were a little
dude,
bit better.
Dragonite had Hyper Beam, and Hyper Beam used to kick ass, bro. I used to
Yeah.
love rocking Hyper Beam.
True, but that's a normal type move. At least now. I don't know if it was back then.
Uh, no, I just always recall using Dragonite with Hyper Beam. Like I know other Pokemon can use it. I think Gyarados has Hyper Beam as well. Um,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
a lot of
yeah.
them.
I
Snorlax.
like it. I like that. That used to be like one of my favorite moves to just use in the games. You get me? I think it has a recovery period. You
Let's see.
that like has to recover.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You have to. Is it you shoot it and then you recover one turn? Yeah.
Yeah.
I hated it because of that. I was the type of person that had to end it quickly because in the back of my head, I'm thinking this game is so slow. I have to hurry up and finish it. I'm not even kidding. I think even back then I had this mentality of I want to finish the game as fast as possible because then you can be like, I finished the game in this time or something like that. But I
I get.
never had anybody to show it off to, so it was kind of a moot point, you
Yeah.
know?
And then he said next question. His next question was how much One Piece do you have coming back to you on your sub return? Because you have a sub return. Well, you
Mm,
have several sub returns coming back.
I have three now.
Yeah, that's why I
I
said several and not a couple.
I have three at about 100 cards. I know the next one is mainly Pokemon, but there's probably like
Hey,
10 One Piece cards in there.
you,
Oh,
you know who my favorite Pokemon are, right? I'm just saying, just saying. You know who my favorite Pokemon are, right?
who dat?
Pikachu and Charizard.
Oh,
Pikachu and Charizard. Yeah,
sweet.
I'm basic.
That's easy to remember.
Yeah.
It's not hard shopping for you, bro.
Nope, nope, nope.
Sweet.
Yeah. Well, you already know about Pika Taps.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a little Charizard right here with us. I have a Charizard statue, but it's big. It's the one that came in the Charizard EX special collection, the card stand one. So I don't really have space
Yeah.
right here.
That
Check it
boxy
out
one. That
though.
promo is very cool.
Check it out. I Yesenia printed something out, and if you are a fan of AMPM Pokemon and you were there during our podcast, there was a special line that Merck said where he said sometimes you just gotta jump. You just gotta jump randomly. AMPM Pokemon did something.
Oh wow. That is
Yeah,
amazing.
Yesenia printed it out. It's a little photo. She
Bro,
thought this was hilarious.
can you send that to me? I'll put it on my wall. Oh my
Yep,
god.
yep.
That's
Yeah.
what's up. I love it. Yeah, even Merc's like, wow.
Oh, we're not done. Remember
Oh,
this one? Blinky sold here, and it's Scarum, the shop, and it shows me with the little Blinky.
nice.
Yeah, AMPM. Those things are hilarious. Keep making them. Yesenia absolutely loves seeing them. She's gonna keep printing out all the ones that she absolutely likes.
Oh, that would
Uh,
make a great Christmas card.
TL Master One, how's it going? Dude, she.
Yo.
I don't know if she's made Christmas cards. I think she has. She has a Cricut. You know the Cricut maker. She can make all sorts of shit, man. She makes vinyl things for cups, for hydro flasks, for
Oh, cool.
she does all sorts of shit. She does things for that you could slap on your iPad and shit, or like on your tech devices. She's crafty with all that shit. She likes to do it. She
Nice.
uses all those skills that she has. You know, she's a teacher, so she has to know how to make all these things. She decorates the door for her classroom every month. It has like a different theme, and her classroom is usually one of the ones that's popping. That like the principal likes to stop by the most because of like the door and how she decorates and stuff.
Nice.
Mhm.
That's awesome. So she must be a big fan of Michael's.
Yeah, yeah, she likes Michaels. Is Joanne another one, or is
Hmm.
there's like two or three different stores that she likes to go to, but Michaels is definitely one of them. Hobby Lobby, that's the other one, and
Yeah,
then
of course.
she has stores that she can go to because she's a teacher. Like there's stores that you could only go to if you're like a teacher. They only sell like to teachers and stuff. So she has access to that. So whenever she needs like craft paper or shit like that, you know, it's cheaper to just go that way.
Nice.
Ooh, let's see. Son of a Merc says, "You better tell Henry, thank you again, Eddie. I've told him 3 times now, but I think one more should do it." Uh,
Yeah,
Henry,
seriously.
Henry,
Sh-
thank
Shout
you
out to
so
Henry.
much. Henry, yo, this is for Henry Daddy.
Appreciate you.
Everybody who's a fan of this channel knows Henry Daddy may have sent out some things over to some people. Maybe iFOMO, maybe AMPM, maybe Son of a Merc. I don't know. Y'all have to go see Son of a Merc's channel, the Beyond the Binder podcast series. That's where we're gonna see what Henry Daddy may have sent over.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil anything because I did receive it today and I didn't know that it was for me. My dad and I have the same name. So as we opened it, we're like, oh, and yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. But Henry Daddy, thank you so much. Really appreciate that, bud. You're a
You
real
know
one.
what?
We should
I gotta do
showcase it
something.
tomorrow if you guys get it tomorrow.
I gotta do something. Because you know what? First off, since we're talking about Henry Daddy, we got to give a big shout out to the Coliseum. That's Danny Phantom's community. If you know, you know. That's what we're going to leave it at. We're not going to get deep into it. But every time we talk about Henry Daddy, we got to give a big shout out to Danny Phantom and the Coliseum. Again, if you're a fan of the channel and you know, fam. And speaking about the Coliseum, I actually got something right here. Now, I took off the labels, so it is safe to show. There's no address information. I got something that I ordered from Danny Phantom, so I did pay for this. It's something I ordered from the Coliseum, his website, and I'm gonna show everybody what it is. We're not gonna actually open the item. We're just gonna open the package, so I can show everybody what I received. And I'm super lucky that I honestly was able to get one. Super happy I was able to. Give me 1 second. There we go.
Christmas came early.
Oh yes, yes
Don't
it
you
did.
love mail days?
Give me a second. Let me make sure there's nothing in here with address info. Okay, nothing with address info. Good. So we just have one item. What could it be? What could it be?
Mm.
Something TCG related.
Yeah,
Uh,
it looks like a well distributed box right there.
oh yes. Oh yes, buddy. All right, again, let me make sure there's no address info or anything. Okay, cool. All right, so this is empty now, and we got. Ooh,
Oh, nice.
Journey Together
Beautiful.
enhanced booster box because it does have the stamped promo.
Nice.
MSRP, baby. MSRP. We bought it from Danny Phantom on the Coliseum, his website, MSRP. The only way to do it was literally to be a part of his Discord community. You had to be a part of his Discord community. You had to have a certain alert set up, and you had to enter to get the opportunity, the chance to get it. And I did win that chance. I jumped on it. I got my box. We're gonna open it up. I'm gonna open every fucking pack of this box, baby, and I'm gonna see what I got. This is for my personal collection, not for a giveaway. So I'm already saying it. This is not for a giveaway. This is me being me. I'm gonna be selfish and just open it all and keep it all to myself. Okay, but we're gonna open it very soon. Very soon. I'm gonna tag Danny in the description to that live stream. Again, thank you so much, Danny Phantom. You made it possible for me, a PokeTuber. Well, we could say part-time PokeTuber. We don't always do PokeTubing content, but a part-time PokeTuber. You gave me the opportunity to get a booster box right now in today's economy at MSRP. That's amazing. That is freaking amazing, brother. So
Huge.
excited. And it's the enhanced one. It's not the non-enhanced one. It's not the one without that stamped promo, which I need it. Oh,
It's so nice. Yeah. Yeah,
yeah.
I have my 6.
There you go.
And
Oh,
keep
you
that
got.
thing sealed. You know those things sell for more sealed if you do end up selling it.
I'm gonna open it. Oh, the promo. I'm still gonna
Yeah.
open it. I like opening the promos and sleeving them up and putting them in the binder. If it's grade worthy, I'll grade it though, because I'm totally down to grade the promo from this.
Straight up collector. Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish you luck opening that. Hopefully that promo is in decent shape. I saw them and mine were fine. It's just the centering had some
Yeah, I
issues with centering.
I figured they're mass produced. So they're just gonna crank them out quickly. They're not all gonna be perfectly aligned, perfectly cut, and everything. I know it's gonna be a little tough to get a promo that's like 10 worthy. If I can just get a 9 on it, I'll be happy. I'll be happy with a 9 on the promo.
I hope you get a 10. I hope you get a 10 where you won. That is such a cool card that it would be nice to have one in a 10.
See.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you. I think you
Sorry, I
had
think it
froze
cut
up.
off a little bit. Yeah.
Uh,
We're
what
back.
what happened there?
Where were we?
Oh, we're talking about the promo and how you said hopefully it's a 10. I said if I
Yeah.
get a 9, I'll be happy, but you're like hopefully it's a 10.
Yeah, hopefully it's a 10 because it would be cool to have one of those in a PSA 10. For sure.
Yeah.
You
Oh
already know.
yeah.
N ages very well. I don't know why, but he does. And I like him for that. Maybe it's the green hair. It's very alluring. You
Merc said you can sleeve it still sealed. Just saying. Um, I don't know what it
can, yeah.
is. I don't like having the promos in the binder with the wrapper still on it when I know it's for my collection. If they're extras, because I've had a shit ton of extras, and I'll keep those in their fucking thing. It's fine because I'm gonna give them away, or I might sell them in the future. I might trade them. I don't know, you know.
Mhm.
But if it's for me, like this is the way I see it. It's in my collection. It's in my binder. It's for me. I don't want to get rid of it. It's for me. If it fulfills the little void in my mind for my OCD that says I need a fucking copy. Like every time I want to grab it, look at it, feel it, I fucking
There you
can
go.
because I own it because it's mine. So I want it out of the wrapper because I want to be able to see the card and see every aspect of it. And I don't want to be like, oh, it looks like there might be something there, but I can't tell if it's the wrapper or just the glare off the light or if it's the actual card. Like, I want to be able to be like, all right, it's a fucked up version of it, but it's still binder worthy. Or, all right, it's perfect. Let's send this. Let's get it graded. Let's get it slabbed up, you know?
Yeah. See, for me, what happened recently is that I've been sticking these promos sealed inside card savers. What I'm noticing is after some time, the card savers are wrinkling the promo wrapper. So I'm like, what is the point of this if they're gonna get wrinkled in the card saver? Like, and even if I thought like maybe I'll send it for pack rating, you know how they grade the promos in the
Yeah,
sealed wrapper and everything.
I have
What's the
seen
point
that.
of it gonna get wrinkled in the card saver?
Yep.
So I had a rude awakening the other day when I took out these things out of the card saver. They were like wrinkled to hell. I'm like, oh man, this is a PSA 2.
Damn.
Pretty much.
Let's see. Let me grab something real quick from here. All right. I want to hit our next conversation point. Let me just check. I need to check our itinerary because honestly, the blinkies make me forget. I'm not gonna lie. All right, there we go. Now we can get into the immigration portion, bro. So again, I'm just gonna go ahead and start off by saying there was a portion of this topic that I was wrong in. I initially thought you had just immigrated from Honduras over here, but you did correct me right before we started the stream, and it wasn't because I was rude about it. I didn't know. Let people know the experience because you were actually born here, but then you immigrated over there for a portion of your life, and then came back because you had dual citizenship. Correct?
Exactly. And that's
Yes.
actually something that is no longer a thing after Trump's last presidency. He took off the dual citizenship. So now it's very hard to get that if you try to apply for it. Yeah, I was born in Washington, D.C., and my family decided to move to Honduras because they wanted to change the scenery. They wanted me to grow up in a very culture driven society. Maybe at the time they thought that the United States kind of lacked a little bit of that, or it was too diversified in the sense. I'm not sure.
Hmm.
But we ended up moving to Honduras when I was one, and I lived there for 17 years. Went to the American school to a bilingual school. And because I was born to a Honduran diplomat, because my
Oh,
mom at the time was a Honduran diplomat. I qualified for dual
oh,
citizenship. So that's essentially how this got the ball rolling. Because my dad's from Oregon, Portland, and my
okay.
mom is Honduran, technically Honduran Canadian, although she didn't claim her Canadian resident citizenship until recently.
Huh.
Yeah. So, uh, yeah, we moved to Central America. I lived there 17 years. And through those 17 years, I got my US passport, I think when I was like 10.
Mm-hmm.
Then I constantly was renovating my Honduran one because it was extremely important because of the whole dual citizenship. You don't want to get in trouble with anybody.
Oh no.
So, yeah, you have to keep those things updated, always renewed. I had that. That's a huge nuisance to do those types of things in a third world country, by the way, because you just go and you stand in line outside of a building in downtown in a third world country, which is,
Tell
is what it
tell us
is.
about that. Tell us about that. Like I want to touch on all aspects that we could touch about this. I mean, some of this stuff might be outdated. It might have been different
Mhm.
back then to what it's like now. But this was your experience. You know what I mean? And that's the point of it. Right now, we're learning about your experience with this. This is interesting as hell. I think it's just interesting as hell. Again, I'll admit I was initially wrong with how I thought, and that's the whole point of this. Like you're letting us know the story. We're hearing it the right way. All right, what was that experience like? You said you're just standing outside of a line in a building that's in like downtown, and you're just there for hours on end. You don't know if you're gonna get in or not. Do they have like a cutoff? What was that like? Let us know.
Well, for those types of situations, you do not show up at 11 a.m. You show up at like freaking 5 a.m. And then there's a decent sized line, like an hour long line, but you'll get through the line. You'll get your stuff done because over there it's multifaceted. They can't get anything done in one day.
Wow.
So you end up having to return, and all those times you have to go back at 5 a.m. because if not, you're going to end up waiting there all day. Nobody has time for that.
Yeah.
Uh, these are countries that are they're developed, but they've been completely abused and they're in a sense corrupted. So like you can't get things done efficiently there
Hmm.
because everything, something, maybe one step of the wheel is broken. People are on strike for whatever reason. People love going on strike. That's a huge issue over there. But all these things make it so that whenever we progress 10 years, we go back 20. So we're
Dang.
not really accomplishing anything. And every time we get a new power, it's some corrupt dude.
Yeah.
And and just like in the hobby, I think AMPM was talking about this, how there's no repercussions for being for doing the things, ill-willed things that people do in this hobby. It's the same in third world countries. These people don't get in trouble for their actions of being corrupt and being like criminals in a sense. They
Yeah.
just get a pat on the hand and then they run for reelection.
Yeah.
And we're just it's unfortunate, but that's just society nowadays. And I mean, it's not that different from the United States in that sense. The sense that we're all just kind of complacent, but I don't know how we jumped to that topic when oh, because of Honduras, of course.
Yes.
Y- Yeah, so Honduras was very interesting. That was like I grew up there, so it's kind of hard to associate and disassociate at the same time because that's home, but that's
Yeah.
also the place where you're basically one of the only white people,
And that's
which is
that's what it felt like when you were growing up there. Or well, I mean, again, I don't
pretty
know because
much.
I wasn't there. You know what I mean? Like, and this is your experience. And uh, so, all right, you're you're half Honduran because of your mom, right? And
Yeah,
because of your dad, he was Caucasian.
yeah, Oregon.
So you were half white. But when
Yeah.
you were there growing up, like that was that was literally like how it just felt. You were just one of the white people that were there, and
Sorry. So yeah, I assimilated as a Latino. So for me, I was a Latino, but in the sense that other people might view me differently because I'm white. So they might start
Mhm.
talking to me in English, in a thick ass English accent, or I mean, just in general, dude, people treat you different when you look a certain way, you know?
I get
And
you.
and,
Yeah.
and it was a stereotype, and it is what it is, and I completely understand how it works and stuff. Of course, people who knew me knew that I was as much Latino as anybody else. And then, people here, it's very interesting. They tell me that my Spanish is better than most people's Spanish in Mexico, or a lot of
Yeah.
people here in El Paso, because their Mexican is butchered because they don't live in Mexico. They don't speak Spanish. They don't practice it.
And you know what? It's funny that you say that. All right, so check this out. So again, this whole episode is about you. So we're not gonna dive too much into my story. We're just gonna touch on a couple aspects. But the whole point of this is not me. It's you. So we're talking about you. But you just brought up something, and it ties a little bit to me in a way. Um, so I was born in Mexico. I came here when I was 3 years old, and I grew up here. But I did have, well, I had Mexican parents or whatever. So um, eh, both sides are Mexican. But we came over here when I was 3. I grew up here my whole life. My mom doesn't speak any English at all. She only speaks Spanish. But I didn't have my biological father. I had my stepfather. And my stepfather technically didn't really speak English at first. Like he knew very broken English because when he went to school here, because he was raised here, everything was in Spanish. So nothing
Mm,
was in English for him. And towards graduation time is where, oh, now English is like necessary. So when he left school, his English was like really bad. So being 3 years old when I came over here, I basically started kindergarten, first grade, second grade. Those 3 years, I was in bilingual school, Spanish and English.
mm-hmm.
But midway through second grade, we moved districts and we went to a district that didn't offer that service. I was one of 3 Mexican kids in an entire school, and they didn't have Spanish services. So it was everything in English at that point. So from kindergarten, first grade, half of second grade, whatever I learned in English, that's all I had as my basis. To now, I have to speak in English and learn everything in English. So for me, it was
That's
kind of difficult for like a year, year and a half. And then after that, school everywhere was just English, 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 except when I got to like high school and I was able to get electives. I had one
hmm
Spanish class, as an elective.
Yeah, me
But
too.
again, tying it back to myself, whenever I would go visit Mexico, well, I'm Mexican, but I don't speak Spanish the way they do because I have an accent over here because I grew up over here and I'm not learning Spanish properly how they learned it in school. I'm learning it broken how my parents speak it, and my mom had no education at all. So it was like the ghetto way of speaking it. And here I didn't learn Spanish in school, so I never learned the proper like grammatical way of pronouncing certain things. And whenever they write, how they have the acentos, that's something that
The
always fucked
feedbacks.
with me. Yeah,
Yeah, bro. I
yeah,
I know exactly what you mean.
yeah.
That Spanish class is much harder than English class, I'll tell you that much.
And here, like whenever I would speak in Spanish or whatever, people always like were like, "Hey, you sound like Spanish is like your second language," but it was actually my first language. I just didn't learn it properly, and because I moved over here and there was that culture shock, I had to learn English dramatically more than I had learned Spanish at that time just to make it in school. So English
Mhm.
became like my dominant language. You know what I mean? But
Absolutely.
yeah, so I guess that's why that whole thing just reminded me of how you said they said that you speak Spanish better than certain people over there. I s- I speak in okay Spanish. I am very fluent in it and I can read it and I can write it, but grammatically speaking, like I'm a kid. Like when I write in Spanish, there's gonna be so many errors in the way I write in Spanish versus when I write
Yeah.
in English. I feel like I do pretty well in English. You get me? Um,
Yeah.
and then when I speak it, I still get shit on. They're like, "Were you really born in Mexico? Are you really Mexican? Are you sure you're not American?" And it's like, I was born in Mexico. I was raised here, and I don't say certain words the way they like to hear it. So I always had that issue where over here I wasn't white because I'm kind of dark. And
Mhm.
again, I only knew Spanish at first, and I had to transition to learn English. So there was that whole thing, and like with my mom still like not learning English, there was that whole aspect. Whenever like friends came over and shit, nobody could communicate with my mom. You get me? So
Mhm.
over here, I wasn't white enough, but over there, I wasn't Mexican enough because I spoke it mucho. I spoke it chopped up. I would say the
Mhm.
incorrect words or I would pronounce the words wrong. If I would say a specific word, they're like, that means something else because you forgot an R. And it's like, you know what I fucking mean? Like, just, like,
Yeah.
so yeah, I guess, yeah, just that statement that you said, I guess it struck that chord with me and it sparked all that up. So I guess I added that.
Yeah, the same thing happened to me when I had to move over to the United States for the very first time. Uh, Socializing with people was a little tough, because I had this thick English accent. I don't know what exactly the word was, but it made my accent just completely obvious,
Hmm.
dead giveaway. So little by little, I went trying to get rid of it to the point where I don't know if I say it anymore, but uh, Americanized or whatever. But
America.
now, now I'm on the other end of the spectrum where I see myself practicing with more people Spanish because sometimes my R's don't come out properly. They don't roll correctly. Instead of it going like "rrr," it goes just like grr, basically.
Yep.
And that's basically how you develop an English accent because you're not rolling your R's properly. So I have to be careful with that. So I mean, to each his own. You start focusing on one, you lose sight of the other, and then you focus on the other one, and then the other one goes away. So it's like you kind of have to have a good balance of both. That's why I kind of
Yeah.
like El Paso because you have the availability to speak English to anyone you want. But also, if you see anyone who's Latino, more than likely they'll speak Spanish, maybe butchered Spanish, but especially the older people that are probably like in their 40s, 50s, and stuff, they all speak Spanish. They're all very super nice people. Todas las viejitas. Super, super nice. Love you,
Uh,
ladies.
yeah. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. That's interesting, man. That's interesting. I like seeing parallels that we see in different parts of our society, but they're very similar. El Paso. I mean, you guys are a border state. California, we're a border state. So I totally understand what you mean. Over here we do have especially in LA County, San Diego County, there's big Hispanic populations in both of them, so
I
there is
bet.
a lot of opportunities to speak Spanish. There's certain supermarket chains, they're
Hmm.
catered around just Hispanic products and Hispanic like culture and stuff like that. So like all the cashiers and everything speak Spanish. All the people you get from the carniceria and everything and
Hmm.
the tortilleria, it's all in Spanish, you know what I mean? And then they
Absolutely.
have like the hot food bars where you could literally get like the dishes that they make that are like classical like Mexican dishes or dishes from Honduras or dishes from El Salvador or dishes from pretty much a bunch of different like Latin American countries, you know?
Hmm.
Yeah.
I love it. Oh, what we do here a lot is food trucks. They
Oh yeah.
actually, yeah, they rent out space for like the weekends and stuff. And it's just this massive field in the middle of nowhere. And they just bring like 200 to 300 food trucks. And I kid you not, this place just gets jam packed. Not massive lines, but
Ink
lines of like
Penguin.
10 people. You
Ink Penguin, Blinky time.
blinky time. Yeah, so you get all these crowds of people in this lot in the middle of nowhere, and there's food trucks everywhere. And this food is amazing because you already know food trucks. It's everything you can do essentially in a restaurant, but they put the good stuff. They use that elbow grease and lard. That's the good stuff. That's called flavor.
Yeah. We have spots with food trucks over here as well. There's different like events that they run where a bunch come too often, but every now and then I do. Every now and then I do go to them. Yesenia likes all that stuff. She likes going to like the different food fairs, or like they have the night market. It's this thing that goes
Cool.
around different areas in California, and it has a bunch of like Asian cuisine and Asian culture stuff. There's a bunch of like different artists that do different anime things. It's pretty nice to go check out whenever possible.
Yeah. That's one thing that I miss about Honduras. Honduras, you go anywhere in Central America, you're going to find some sort of culturistic full event
Hmm.
going on, and those things I miss the most. I don't have a car here, so I don't drive very far to the
Okay.
outskirts of like the city and stuff, so I don't experience those types of things. But yeah, one thing I'd advise anybody, if you ever go to Honduras, those cultural events are extremely uh, interesting. It's
Hmm.
completely different to things that you're used to over here, I would say. So I
Okay.
highly recommend those.
Yeah. So all right. So then let's get back to, we were halfway through the story. So you said, so you were growing up, you were keep maintaining dual citizenship, you had to keep going through those government buildings. That's where we sidetracked. It was where you were going through the government buildings, standing outside the lines, where basically like you go and you're like waiting like since 5 a.m., right, for those appointments, but you were going through that period in your life. Continue from there. I'm gonna step off camera because I gotta blow my nose really quick. But I'm still gonna be able to hear you. So just continue the story from there.
Cool. Um, so I'm in these government buildings trying to get my freaking papers from the government who refuses to give me my papers because they didn't like me for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Oh.
Um, See, I mean, over there, if you're white, bro, they might deny you your papers for whatever reason, or they might stall your papers for whatever reason. So that's completely speculation, but I assume that's what happened to me.
Oh
Either
wow.
way, yeah, dude, it got to the point where we actually had to go through one of my mom's friends who was like a head official with the like American embassy
Uh huh.
to go through all these people and go retrieve my damn passport, bro. Finally, I got my passport. Um, but that opened up the possibility of me traveling to the United States. I actually went with my dad prior to me moving. When I
Hmm.
was like 16, we took a road trip from California all the way up to Oregon in a car. That was so cool. We went did all this stuff. I felt it was weird. I felt like this was where I was supposed to be. Let's put it that way. Like where I was supposed, like I was not in the right place, but now I'm in the right place. But at the same time, it was very different because people in the United States don't talk like Latinos. People in the United States don't hang out like anybody else around the world does. So you also had to get understand social cues, which I didn't know anything about that. I was a 16-year-old who was still trying to figure out what the hell he was doing. Um, but that's where this whole customer service, I got into several customer service jobs because of that. Gotten
Okay.
into really getting to know people, understanding people. That's why I like doing lives as well, because it's a way to vent, but it's also a way to network.
It is.
So yeah, so I just see that this as an extension of what I've been doing up until this moment, which was uh, waiting tables at restaurants, serving. I used to be a cashier, stuff like that, customer service oriented stuff.
Yeah.
Um, and I just apply it to what I do now in the hobby.
Okay.
or other things that I plan in life. But it gives you a better understanding of market psychology, if that makes sense.
Oh,
Because you're
it
constantly
makes
dealing, yeah, because you're constantly
perfect
dealing
sense.
with people and their stuff. And people are very picky about their stuff, or they're very not picky about their stuff, depending on the situation. And sorry, that's a rabbit hole I could get into, but it's too long to even start to explain.
Hey, that might be a second episode type deal, dude.
Yeah, right?
Yep. So remember, season two, season three, upcoming in the future. If you come back, there we go. That's we can literally dive into a rabbit hole and make a whole episode out of it, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be cool.
Hmm. But and you know what? And let's just touch. Let's just touch a little bit on this rabbit hole. Like I said, we're not gonna dive too much into it, but you did kind of hit the nail on the head, so to speak. Um, that last statement, right?
Hmm.
Have you noticed how like when you buy something from a vendor, sometimes it's not in the perfect condition, but they're selling it like it's in the perfect condition. They're selling you something like it's a like it's PSA 10 grade worthy, even though it's not in a PSA 10 slab. You get me? They're trying to get the most value out of it. And
Hmm.
if you come and you're selling them an item of and it's exactly the same and it looks exactly the same, the condition's the same, they'll start trying to analyze and scrutinize and they'll start trying to bring up things that aren't even there. Oh, I think I see like one white dot, bro, right here in the bottom of this border. I'm gonna have to go lightly played on this. And it's like, really, bro? Really? You get me? Like, it makes you think, do they really care about the condition, or is condition merely used as a catalyst, as a vehicle for people to drive up their profit margins because they think theirs is worth more because theirs might be prettier, when in fact you might be able to prove otherwise, but theirs is better because it's in their possession.
Yeah, or they're just margin squeezers. These
Hmm.
people are just trying to turn 80 cents into a buck. So yeah, those are people you don't really want to do business with,
Hmm.
because no matter what you do, no matter how much in their good graces you get with them, they're not in it for you. They're in it for themselves. So
Exactly.
when you distinguish that, it's very easy to be like, "Oh, that's what you're about. Okay, don't fuck with me, because I don't want anything to do with you."
Hmm.
And then you just move on. It's
Hmm.
it's unfortunate. I feel bad because it's not something that you can really explain to people effectively, and have them understand what you're talking about until they experience it themselves.
Yep, yep.
And it's like, how do you say somebody, oh, you got to make the mistakes before you figure it out? It's like telling somebody to go fuck himself.
Yeah.
So
It is.
I
Yeah.
don't know. We need to find a better way. We'll get there. I know eventually we'll get there. It's just there's not a very good way of explaining those types of situations to people until it happens to them.
Yeah.
Because everyone's a starry-eyed Timmy at first until you learn and you become a stone cold. I mean, the guy that you're talking about sounds like a stone cold motherfucker that doesn't really give a shit about anybody else except his pocket.
Yeah. And I'm not referring to a specific guy, but a type of
Mhm.
salesperson. Because again,
Absolutely.
I have Frankensons collectible shown next to me. Um, there's hundreds of vendors in there. When you go to Frankensons, even though there's hundreds of vendors, you really start breaking it down to five or six vendor types. You
Mm,
get me? And that's what you start seeing. And that's why what I just explained is a type of person, because there are some vendors that will act that way. It doesn't go to one particular vendor, but some vendors act that particular way. Even there at Frankensons, you have some vendors that are just strictly like, I have contracts in place. This is the product I sell. It has to be at MSRP. I can't sell higher or lower. It's at MSRP. I have it in stock. I get everything from my vendor. I can't shift on it. Cool. I like that. I
yeah.
respect that. There's the type of vendor that's like, Yeah, I source my product however I can. So he's like, if you're selling some shit, I'll buy it and I'll buy it at a percentage. It just has to make sense to where he can meet his margins. But any product, they're always buying because that's how they source it. They don't really have distributors. They just resell. So they'll buy anything pretty much. And depending on what it is, oh, this is more liquid, I offer more. This is less liquid, I offer less. There's those vendors. There's the type of vendor that's like, I go based off of eBay listings. Last sold is basically what I'm paying, and it's always at 80% or it's always at 70%. So they're more like strictly business. You just basically look up everything before you get up to them. Hey, I got this card. This is the condition. This is last sold on eBay. You're saying you do 70. It's this much. Can we go ahead and do the deal? They look at it. Yep, you're right. Here's the cash. Let's go. You get me? And
Absolutely.
then there's the vendors that don't know what the fuck they're doing, and they're just like, I like this, so I buy these and I don't care and I'll pay whatever, but everything else I don't pay shit for. And I
Mhm.
don't like dealing with those vendors. You get me? They get really
Yeah,
loud and belligerent and they're like, but I don't like this. Well, I don't care. This is what market is paying for this. You get me? But like you
yeah.
said, you just avoid those vendors. You get me? But there's different vendor types. That's what it breaks down to.
I do want to add one more type. There is one type that I'm thinking of that is if you have lost a bit of money in this space and you're trying to recuperate and you're on that hustle and grind mode, I can
Mhm.
see why you're gonna be a stuck up asshole. And I feel like that's partially justified because I mean if you lost half of your money, let's put it that way, and you need to recuperate by churning and burning and being like a super strict on your margins, make your paper, boo boo, and do what you have to do. But yeah, I think that that goes in its own criteria because at that point it's just very money driven. You know,
Yeah.
we're reaching that like
What's up,
side of
Hero
the
Norvillain?
spectrum. Yeah, we're reaching that side of the spectrum that is just too focused on money, not enough about everybody else or like the experience. I mean, you're running a business, you have to care a little bit about the stuff you're selling, you know? In
Mhm.
general, I think that. Otherwise, what's the point?
Well, I mean, otherwise, what's the point? Money. Money's the point.
Right?
If you don't care, then it's just money. It's just based off of like you said, what margins you have in mind for what product or however big the investment is. Um, since we're talking about collectible stuff, I am gonna open up this. Check this out. We need to get this Eevee to bring us luck in our pack openings. We need to get this Oddish out of here because when we take Blinkies, Oddish is gonna grace the Blinky. Every time we pull Grass Energy, Oddish will tap the Grass Energy and we will go ahead and take our Blinkies. But let's go
That's
ahead and
what's
open
up. Seriously, love that oddish. Very nice touch.
this. Yep. Thank you. There we go. Oh, what's this? Give
Did
me
you
a
hear
second.
Pokemon's making Lego now? Or
Yeah,
or
I'm actually
Lego's making
excited for that.
Pokemon? I bet. Those remind me of those. I wonder how
Ooh.
intricate it's gonna be. If it's
Okay,
gonna be like a whole one.
this shows different figures that they have.
Oh, cool. Shuckle, Krogunk.
There we go.
Neat. I like the Joltik. I've always liked that one. There are a lot of ticks in Honduras.
There is.
So yeah, so it gives me PTSD.
Let's see, Oddish comes out first. Oh, it's nice. So Oddish, very very cool.
Nice.
This is cool.
You know, it would be cool if it had a little stand for you to put your blinky on it, on its like on the top of its head. That would be funny.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Let's see, Eevee's a little tougher to get out because of the tail. There we go. Got it. All right. Eevee's pretty nice. Check it out.
Oh, that's cute.
Hmm. I got these at Target. Dude, it was like 7.99 for the duo. I think it was worth it.
Nice.
Yeah.
May they bring you luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Much
E-
luck and fortune.
there we go. All right. Let's see. What did I miss in chat? I see something in chat.
Henry Daddy's here. Henry Daddy. What's up, bud?
Ooh. Son of America is right. Lego people will take it to the next level the same way they do Star Wars. I could definitely see that happening because yep, Star Wars, Lego, it gets mighty expensive. And yep,
Yeah.
you're right. Henry Daddy's in the chat.
Peace,
How's
bud.
it
Peace.
going? Thank you so much for
Thank you
being
so
here.
much.
Henry, Son of a Merc said it 3 times, but here's a fourth time, just in case you didn't hear it earlier. Thank you so much for sending the mail over to the guys. iFOMO, you already received yours, correct?
I did. Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but thank you very much. That was super generous and you're a real one, bud. Appreciate
Mm-hmm.
you. Much
Yep.
love.
There we go. See Son of a Merc right there with a heart Henry Daddy. There we go. Dude, he could picture the entire Kyogre Groudon battle scene.
Oh, that would be
Ooh.
cool.
For the Lego sets? Yes, that would
Yeah,
be epic.
that would be really cool. Or like maybe the scene where the three legendary dogs appear in Crystal when you unlock them and they start appearing in the wilderness, something
Hmm.
like that. Or also when Ho-Oh appears or Lugia appears. That would be cool.
There's so many scenes that they could construct. Dude, Legos
Oh,
are pretty amazing.
when N takes over Reshiram or is in control of Reshiram or Zekrom in the game, yeah, they have some good potential there. Also,
Hmm.
they just announced that Lego's gonna do One Piece too. I have no
Oh,
idea
they
how
are?
that's gonna work. Yeah, I don't know
Hmm.
how that's gonna work exactly. I assume it's just a Lego with a straw hat. Um, but maybe that could be an interesting venture for Lego. What I'm thinking is that if Lego ever had like pirate themed Legos, this could essentially take over that theme. Like,
Well, they had Pirates of the Caribbean, right?
good point. How's that doing? Do they still make
I,
them?
I doubt it because I don't think there's any new movies for that series. I think that series was concluded already, but I might be wrong. I'm not the biggest fan of it, and by it I don't mean I hate it. I just don't keep up with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know what that got me thinking, what if they use parts in One Piece that to fully complete, or if you want to spare, you have to go back to Pirates of the Caribbean to get it.
Oh, oh, I get it.
You know? Give pieces exclusivity because Lego does that, you know?
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. It's just a little bit conflicting with scalpers because if scalpers know that that specific piece is in a certain set, they're going to scalp the crap out of it and then they're going to inflate the
Yeah,
market. So
yeah, and then
I, I
theft hits Legos very, very rampantly as well. If you notice, most Targets and WalMarts already have Legos behind the glass shelves. You need to
it's
ask
that
an
bad.
associate to go get it.
Damn. I didn't know that. I do know a
Yeah,
little bit of Lego only because of reserved investments, but it's very interesting how they do those things. I don't know if it's sketchy or if it's ill-willed, but I mean, it is what it is. I there's no real I can't really be mad at it. It's just it is what it is. It's another complacency issue.
yeah. I like what Henry just said. He says, I love how we can share experience with everybody. I feel our community here makes it wonderful even more so. He was responding earlier. How yes, there we go.
Appreciate you, bud.
Yeah, yeah, he's awesome. Oh, Henry, by the way, check this out. Since he is here, Henry, I received that box of Journey Together from Danny Phantom. That's right. We gave the Coliseum a big old shout out. We're not going to open it up just yet. We're going to make this its own stream, but it is the enhanced booster box. So it's going to have that stamped promo in there that I really want. But yes, Journey Together booster box at MSRP. You have to join Danny Phantom's Discord server to be able to take advantage of future opportunities like that. This would not be possible if it were not for, again, the fan clan. The fan clan made it happen.
That's a great set. Both Journey Together and
Hmm.
Destin Rivals, very, very good.
Yep.
I think Journey Together is going to do very well. Like long term, I think it's going to act like Dream League.
Ooh, that'd be
You
nice.
know,
I
just
hope I
gives me
get.
those vibes, good vibes.
Yeah.
I have very good vibes from trainers.
I hope I get an SAR, SIR, because it's English, right? SIR. You're not guaranteed an SIR per booster box, right? But they have very, very good hit rates. So again, I hope I get an SIR pull in it. We should get at least three IR pulls. That's what it's looking like. It's between three to four. Articuno would be one that I want. I want Ens Reshiram, the non-stamped one, so I could have both variants.
Nice.
Um, and Iono's Kilowattrel. That's an IR, right? The
The
cartoonish looking
bird.
one. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. That
Yeah,
that would be cool.
that one's cool.
Hmm. For the SIR, I want Lily's Clefairy EX.
Nice. That's the best
I
one.
do. Yeah,
It's
I
the
like
best
how it
one, I think.
looks.
Yeah, I didn't know that you didn't get an SIR per box. That was
Well,
surprising.
for English, there's no guarantee like there is for Japanese. That's the
Right.
reason. That's the reason why. Um, unless I'm wrong, again, I'm cool with it. Let me know in the chat if I'm wrong. I'm totally cool with
Right.
it. But yeah, from what I remember, there's no guarantee. Although I hope that the hit rate is easy enough to where like almost every box gets one. So maybe I'll get one too. You know what I mean?
I hear it's very good pull rates. So I
Yes.
think I wish you the best, and I hope you pull the Lily's Clefairy because definitely that one's up there.
Hmm. Um, there, I would love En's Zoro arc. And Zoro arc is another one of the SIR, I believe. Um, that one looked pretty sick. Or Iono's Belly Bolt, I think, was an SIR. That would be cool
Yeah,
too. I mean, obviously those are the big ones. Those are the big ones. But
I
yeah,
noticed
I
you
I
didn't
can agree.
mention Salamence. Do you like Salamence?
I forgot about Salamence.
I don't
I
like
would love that. I would
Salamence.
I would love it. You don't like it?
I'm fine with it. It just doesn't like scream at me, you know?
I like the one from this set, but again, I'm not gonna lie to you. I forgot about it. You might remember. You might remind me of other cards that I like. But Salamence, it hits hard, bro. I like how the one looks in this set.
It does look good. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's just I think I'm a Megas guy, so Mega Salamence to me is if I had to pick one, I'd go for a Mega Salamence. Whether
Gotcha.
it's
Gotcha.
I think it's a promo, you know? The Mega
Mhm.
Salamence.
What's up,
Uh
Trainer Glenn? Grass Energy Gang. Wait. We have to do this. Oddish, will you bless us with a
there you
Grass
go.
Energy Gang? Blinky Blinky. Oddish, Oddish. Now it's been blessed. This is the first Blinky blessed by Oddish on the channel. Let's freaking go. Grass Gang, baby.
Yeah, Salamence, I actually thought that was is that an SIR? I thought it was an IR.
I think it's an SIR. What does it? Well, you have it up right now. I don't have it up on my side, but I can put it up.
I'll look it up.
What does it say? Special illustration rare or illustration rare?
Let's see.
If it's textured, it should be special illustration rare. We need a timer or something.
Oh, I
Yeah.
got that one. Is this it? There it is. SIR.
Okay. So it is a special illustration rare. Um, what about hops? I think there's it's
Zation.
hop. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's an SIR, right?
Yeah.
That one looks pretty hard too. I'd be down with that. Like I said, I'm not terribly picky, but I do have my favorites. I do
Hmm.
want the lily. I want it. Um, I want the lily or the N. The N, the N's pretty badass. The SIR N's Zoroark, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
that
one's
one's
great.
sick. Yeah. But I'll be happy with whatever I pull. Again, I didn't pay an overly inflated price for the booster box. When we run that booster box opening, we're gonna give a big shout out to the Coliseum. I'm gonna make sure I tag Danny Phantom, his website. I'll probably even tag his Discord server in it. Um, and I'm happy with whatever we pull out of it. It's difficult enough to be able to just get a booster box nowadays. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, good looks. And you said MSRP, right? What is that?
Yeah.
165?
I think it was 160 plus taxes. There was no shipping.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So
Wonderful.
if I had to recall off the top of my head, it was right around 180, like out the door.
Good.
I might be a little bit under or a little bit over. I think it was probably under 180. It was like 170 something to 180 between somewhere between there. But yeah, no charge for shipping. It actually got here like faster than it was supposed to. I wasn't expecting it to arrive until this weekend actually, but it arrived.
Sweet. Yeah, that happened to me with Henry Daddy's package, but I'm
Oh
smack
yeah.
in the middle of the country, so I tend to get mail quicker than most people.
Hmm.
Like, you know what's very interesting? When I or pre-order products from Bandai, I'm usually getting them about 2 days prior to most people.
Oh,
S-
okay.
Yeah, so me and like a cabal of other 10 people on TCG Player are all listing the same stuff because we get it first. So it's hilarious.
All right.
It's so weird.
Oh, you just
It's
said
the
it though.
same people.
So
It's the
me
same
and the
people.
cabal.
Yeah, me and the homie TCG player cabal, the pre-order 2 day prior event status shit. Yeah, we're always selling stuff like uh let's just say more expensive than what it should cost.
We're gonna get to that at the end. At the end is when we're gonna get to the whole market talk. You get me?
Yeah,
Are you still you're still good to continue though? I want to check in with you. You're still good to continue. You don't need to stop for a restroom break or to get anything.
I would like a restroom break real
Yeah,
quick.
go for it. Take a
Bet.
restroom break.
I'll be
Yeah,
right back.
go for it. All right. Again, I want to thank everybody that's here right now watching this live stream. I really do appreciate all of you. Anybody that comes to spend any amount of time over here, whether it's here for just a minute or two, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, if you're here for an hour, you're really goaded. But anybody here, especially those who are here all the time from start to ending, I know y'all by name. Make sure you do hit the like button if you haven't hit it already. These vertical live streams, I enjoy running them with a guest. Don't really do vertical live streams when it's just me by myself. That's usually the horizontal one. But these vertical ones, when I have a guest on, they're absolutely fun. They're amazing. I learn a ton of new things with each conversation that I have with each guest. So I feel like you, as a part of the audience, you might learn one or two interesting little tidbits as well if you're here spending some time with us. Again, I want to thank everybody that's either popped in for just a little bit to check in with us or who's here and actively joining the conversation, like Merc, bringing up the different questions and stuff. Y'all are amazing. Y'all are awesome. Oh, and then I do realize that Son of Merc earlier did say something. He asked a question, but we never got around to it. So we're gonna
All
get
right.
around to Son of a Merc's question. Earlier, Son of a Merc had asked the question, but we didn't get around to it. If you could pick
Okay.
three superpowers, what would they be? And do you want to know what his are?
Yeah, that might
Because
help.
he says Wolverine's regeneration, Green Lantern's ring, matter manipulation, and Magneto's metal attraction are his three superpowers.
Decent.
Yep,
Mhm.
I got three.
I have two.
You have two?
Yeah.
Well, all right. There's two that I already have in mind. No, well, I
Oh,
could
okay.
third.
I think I figured it out.
You're making me think about my third one a little bit. All right, I'll I'll do one, then you do one, then I do one, then you do one, then I do one, then you do one. How about that? For the
Cool.
first one, I he did take one of my favorite superheroes, which is Wolverine. I've told y'all before. So I do want Wolverine's regenerative powers. That is one of them, because it has not just regenerated him when he's been in battle, but it also regenerates him when he's sick or when he has cancer cells. It keeps him alive for a very, very long time. You know what I mean? And
Hmm.
so that is one of them. So I do want Wolverine's regenerative powers. And I'm not trying to copy you, Merc, but you do know Wolverine and the Punisher are my two favorite superheroes from Marvel. We've brought it up in conversation before. So he kind of took that one like out of my mouth. What's your first one?
Teleportation.
Ooh, teleportation's a good one. Now,
Yeah.
anyone in mind? A specific type of teleportation or
I'm thinking Nightcrawler, like straight up
Nightcrawler?
X-Men. Yeah, but I'm sure there's better, more efficient ways of teleportation.
Okay.
But I think just in general, teleportation would be convenient because you don't have to fly anywhere, you don't have to go anywhere, you just teleport.
Okay.
It's kind of
Um,
like instant transmission in a sense, but that seems like too much work.
for my second one, and now we're just using a power, which means I don't get all of the negative side effects from this. I want the Phoenix from X-Men, the Fire Rage, how she could do the firestorm and just like burn stuff and shit.
Nice.
Yeah, so I want that. And that means I don't get all the craziness of the Phoenix and all the other bad shit. It's just that power. That's my second power. That would be my blast effect. And you could use it to lift and propulse. So it lets you fly without having been able to fly. And cuz I could regenerate, I won't die while I'm flying if I take a big fall. Big brain
Nice.
shit.
Yeah. Um, let's see. I'm gonna go with freezing time. And I don't know which one I would pick because
Ooh,
just say freeze time in general.
freezing
Because
time.
see,
That's a good one.
yeah, see, I'm thinking like you
Ooh.
teleport so you're quick as hell, and then you
Uh-huh.
can freeze time so you're even quicker. Who can stop you at that point, right?
Damn, that's
That's why I
true.
had two. Yeah, that's why
Damn.
I had two, and I'm like, what am I gonna pick for the third one? I am kind of still thinking about it. Like,
Yeah. So with the third one, control time. I want to be able to be my own
hmm,
control of time. If I fucked up and it's about to be the end, stop time, rewind, change the catalyst, prevent what's going to end me.
wouldn't you essentially live forever then?
With my regenerative powers, yes, ties in.
Very interesting.
And with my Phoenix Firestorm, I could just burn the opposition at that point. Oh, you're about to terminate me. No, I terminate you. Because again, you're a superhero, so you're gonna have people that are gonna try to end you at any point because they're the super bad guys, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my third one, I just said invisibility because I thought that was safe. But now that I
Yeah,
realize that there's no point in invisibility when you can already teleport and freeze time.
that's true.
So I'm thinking, what? Oh, huh. In the spirit of ice types, I want frost power. You know, frost.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, from X-Men. I always
yeah.
thought he was cool. So you know what? Ice powers. I'll take
Okay,
that. If I can
that
make
would be
some
like
ice
a count.
cubes,
That's like a counter to my Phoenix power. It gives you a blast power as well. You get to freeze things while I get to burn things.
that would be an interesting battle, actually.
Yeah,
Very interesting.
yeah. Um, there we go. Son of Merc says favorite destined rivals cards. Ooh. For me, it's gonna be the Moltres, Giovanni's Moltres.
Akira Gawa, very nice.
Yeah, yeah, that's gonna be the one I want. I want that more than the Mewtwo. I'm not saying the Mewtwo's a shitty card. I like the Mewtwo card, but that Moltres is speaking to me. I also want Giovanni's Nidoking over the Mewtwo. I know that's a hot take. I know people will say, "What, bro? The Mewtwo." I want the fucking Nidoking. I like how it looks. I want those two. Um, I think there was another card that I wanted that I can't think off the top of my head. I know I commented on AMPM's Pokemon's video, and I named the two cards on there. But I like the Nidoking. I really like that Moltres like a lot. That Moltres is my favorite.
I like a lot of them. Not amazingly, like oh my god, it explodes in my face and lovely. No, I think the Mewtwo's good. I think the Moltres is very good. Uh, for some reason, I really like the Blaziken.
The
I
Blaze.
don't know
Oh
why.
yeah, the Blaziken looks cool. I do
Yeah.
remember the Blaziken. That one looks cool. I like
I
how that
felt like
looks.
it needed a trainer though. Kind of like with the Houndoom, where the Houndoom is with his trainer. I think the Houndoom is very cool too. Uh, sometimes IRs do better in my head than SIRs. The art hits
The mark
different and it's weird.
the market has shown that certain IRs do excel over certain SIRs. All right, without going into the rabbit hole, I always bring up the question, why aren't cards worth value based off their rarity? Because remember, gold cards and rainbow cards super hard to pull,
Hmm.
but they're super cheap most of the time. Like nobody really wants them, but they're super hard to pull. And if you need a master set, how hard is it for you to actually pull that card for your master set? Like the price correlation doesn't make sense sometimes. So I totally get that. I totally get that.
Yeah. One card I do like is the Mewtwo full art, Giovanni's Mewtwo full art,
Hmm.
and the gold card. I see what you mean about the price discrepancies. I feel like the last time gold cards popped off was in Surging Sparks with the Pikachu. And I
Mm,
feel like that had something to do with a wave of people who just saw gold and said, "Oh, look, pretty. Look at how
yeah,
shiny that is. That should be $100." So they
yeah.
inflated the price right off the bat, started buying out these cards right on release, and that's what kept it at that price. But in all reality, it's a fugazi.
Hmm.
It's BS. Because we know that the market doesn't deem gold cards that expensively.
It doesn't. And this is the thing. I don't like that Pokemon will use the same picture for a rainbow, gold, and full art. I
Yeah.
do wish each one was different. So they're different. I see how that's sometimes detrimental for the gold and the rainbow. Well, I can just get the full art and it looks nicer. It has more detail because the alternating colors. Son of a Merc, you're right. That Crobat is nice. I do like the
The
Crobat.
Crobat is very cool. I
Yeah.
think the Crobat, with the amount of detail it has, it looks like it's coming out of a cave. It just
Mm-hmm.
gives you a really nice throwback vibe,
Mm-hmm.
if that makes sense. It reminds me of being inside a cave in Gen 1 looking for Golbats or Zubats straight up.
Yeah. I feel like right now this is a good point. Tell people about your schooling situation because you did bring up today you did
Mhm.
not have to do anything for school. Some
Thank
people might
God.
not know, right? You're currently still going to school. You're currently enrolled in school. You want to tell people what are you studying, or you don't have to get way too specific, like which school if you don't want to, but like what are you studying? Like what's up with the school situation?
So I'm a nursing major.
Hmm.
The idea is to become a registered nurse. That's what I'm completing at the moment. Then I could get into a specialty once the time comes for that. But as of right now, I'm just uh, going through the next 2 years. Essentially, the program is 2 years. Right now, I'm taking pharmacology and pathophysiology, which are essentially the introduction to diseases class and the introduction to all the pharmaceuticals, all the drugs,
Yeah. Okay.
especially drugs that are prescribed, but they also include supplements, over the counter drugs, stuff like that. So you have to tackle these things extremely intensively in order to grasp the whole picture so that you can move on to the next classes, right?
Hmm.
So that's I'm about a month away from finally finishing this semester. And yeah, pretty much after I'm done with that, it's 2 years. If I go at it extremely intensively over the summer, I could eliminate a year. So
Okay.
that's technically a possibility. I just need to see how that's all going to work out with financial aid and all that stuff, but I could get it done soon.
Okay.
So that's an idea, but at the same time, I don't want to study myself to death either.
Yeah,
So,
that makes sense.
because this is not easy classes. I've already had to repeat both of these classes a second time. Um, so this isn't the kind of thing like, oh, you'll just get through semester by semester. Some of these classes are so intense that you have to repeat them, and that's a waste of time. It's not a waste
Yeah.
of time. It's a waste of time to the student who's nitpicky about completing school in a timely fashion, right?
No, I agree. It delays your end date. If you
Mhm.
were determined to end in a year, year and a half, if you have to repeat two classes, that might add another year if you could only take one for one semester and one for another semester. Like honestly,
Exactly.
like because it all depends also on how many people are enrolling for that class, whether or not you got picked for it too. There's
Mhm.
all sorts of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. Yesenia has her master's, so she's gone through a ton of school. So I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
She's a teacher, so it's different than nursing, but I completely understand what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so while every all the information is still fresh in my head, it's possible that I'll be taking summer classes. It's possible I won't. It just depends on what happens in the next few months. Um,
Okay.
so that's where we are right now. But in the meantime, I'm keeping busy within the hobby
Hmm.
because I'm
And
not. Mhm.
and right now you're just like full-time student. Like you're are you working as well, or are you just going to school like full-time, just dedicating school?
Full-time school and part-time hobby.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
cool. That's awesome.
Pretty much. Yeah, because there's you have to make sacrifices when it comes to these classes
Oh yeah.
because there are a lot of students who actually are full-time in this and they're part-time or full-time at work. They don't have
Mm.
time for shit. I see
Damn.
people posting things on Instagram, bro. Like they go out on Saturday night to a club and shit. I'm like, girl, you have time for that? What the fuck are you doing? Study. What the fuck? That's how you have a 32 in the class. What the fuck?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes
We got no
sense.
time for this shit, bro. There's no time at all. You have to be like studying every
Yeah.
day, like grinding it out on the dusty book. Now
Well, I mean,
everything's digital.
it's serious work as well. You're not going to school for something easy where if you mess up, okay, you just go work somewhere else and it's fine. You're gonna have direct patient care. And if you're dealing with
Mhm.
medication, if you fuck up, the patient can pass because it could
Exactly.
have a very, very bad reaction. So obviously they want you to be top notch. They want you to be top of your class, always in the upper percentile, no room for error. I get it.
Essentially,
Um,
yeah.
I get it. I get it. Yeah.
It's like recently, when was it? What's today? Friday? Yesterday?
Yes.
Yesterday was my quiz. Yesterday was my dosage calculation quiz.
Oh
Uh,
yes.
lit Literally, it's called safety dosage calculation. So you're literally figuring out how much of a certain medication you're supposed to give to people.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on whether they're children or older or pregnant or whatnot, things change. Like if they're kids, you have to base it by weight. And then older people, you do it a little differently, the rounding rules and all that stuff. I didn't manage to get a 95 on that exam, and because of that, I have to do um, extra work
Oh.
because I didn't get an 100, or or because I didn't get a 95. Basically, you could only get one wrong out of 20 questions. But it is what it is. It's not like if you fail that you have to retake the class.
Okay.
All I have to do is some extra work to reinforce the material to make sure that you don't make the mistake because you're dealing with,
Hmm.
as you said, people's lives. So
Yep.
you can't mess up a dosage. You can, but it could mean life or death for a person. This is not stuff that you fuck around with.
No, no, no. Definitely. I mean, I know that if my loved ones are in the hospital, I want to feel comfortable. I want to feel safe. I want to feel like, you know what? They're being taken care of by somebody that knows what they're doing. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
I get
Yeah,
it. There are certain job fields that when you prepare for those job fields, it's you got to be like top flight, right? You really do.
yeah, yeah. And I do see something interesting in my classes because they treat them all like kids, because they're students. They're
Hmm.
between the ages of like 18 and 24, I'm gonna say. Some are older, of
Okay.
course. Uh, but it's very funny because originally I had an introduction to nursing class that I took last
Yeah.
semester. It was the only class I freaking passed. That class, bro, they treat you like children straight up in that class. And then you go to these other two classes
Huh.
and it's just the most intimidating thing. It's like day and night. They go from teaching children to teaching like freaking robots. And
Oh, I get you.
and that was one thing that if you didn't see it coming, you you can seriously get disorganized, and that is exactly why I had to retake these
Mm.
classes. So it's all about organization. It's all about getting everything done in a timely manner because there's no time otherwise. So if you do that, you can successfully complete this class in one semester without a problem. Absolutely. You just have to be very organized.
Yeah. No, that's cool, dude. I commend you, dude. Honestly, we need
Thank you.
more nursing staff. You know what I mean? We need more people in the medical field. It is something that you're doing not just for your own benefit because it is a career, but also for the benefit of society, for the benefit of the patients that do get your care. Again, I had previous hospital experience myself, not in direct patient care, but I get it. Like I understand it. So
Absolutely. Thank
thumbs
you.
up. But
Appreciate you,
mhm.
bro.
And this actually takes us into the next portion because now we touched upon the schooling situation, future work aspirations. Because again, you're going through schooling for this right now. That doesn't mean that's where you might end your career. What do you want to do? Take us on the timeline, which is IFOMO through his future career choices. Let's hear those out.
Hmm. That should be interesting.
Ha.
This is all subject to change, of course, but this is ultimately what I've come up with up
Hmm.
until now. Um, I'll take it a step back because I need to explain a few things before you guys understand my thought process.
What's up,
So,
inept card collector? He just popped in
uh,
the chat.
yeah, sorry, I didn't see him in the chat. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, he
Inept,
literally
what
just
up,
popped in.
homie? Yeah, I guess my chat is a little bit delayed.
Yeah.
Okay. So, thought process behind all of this. Uh, for a long time, I was a minimalist, right?
Mhm.
But uh, another another way of putting that is I used to be a waiter, where you tend to get a lot of cash up front for working that day and stuff like that. Well, not in the minimalist sense, but I used to spend all that money on dumb stuff that didn't have any value towards it. Typically, it was like cigarettes, booze, vices, things like that that were not material at all, you know? Um, but because of that, I never had money, because I was
Mhm.
always thinking of how I was going to spend my money on the next party or something like that, because that was my fulfillment back then. That
Yeah.
was I thought that was more important than having money in the bank. And that's something that's very normal in teenagers, I notice.
Mhm.
Um, After COVID, I was working at a fine dining restaurant downtown El Paso, and we all got laid off. And for the next 2 years, I got stimulus checks. I was doing fine, but that's when I decided to go back to school. That's when things started changing. That's when I stopped drinking. That's when I went sober. Uh,
Okay.
Almost sober 4 years now in June.
Hey, man. What's up, E-Man Collects? He just popped in as well.
You.
And AM
Um,
PM? No, I cannot. And if you see his question, you'll see.
I need to refresh the page. Give me a sec.
All right. And then if you put it under live chat, it'll show
Oh,
you
there we
pretty much
go.
all the messages. You see AMPM's last message.
Can you take a blinky with your butt?
Freaking AMPM.
Never tried that, to be honest. Must be numbing.
E-Man says, congrats on your 4 year sobriety.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Um, yeah, so Dave, and that was
Mm-hmm.
a huge thing that I learned through this hobby. But we'll get to that. When I quit, I didn't know what to do, and I had a whole bunch of time on my hands because we were like post COVID, but I still didn't have any work. I still hadn't mentalized myself that I wanted to go back to school. So I just
Mm-hmm.
had a nothing burger of a day and all this time to spend. And I just became sober. So you can already imagine what the hell is going through my head. Even though I'm
Yeah.
thinking to myself, if I drink, that's it for me. You know,
Yeah.
I had compartmentalized that if I drank one drink, I would die just to keep me away from alcohol. That's how I convinced myself to quit. And to this day, I convince myself that if I drink one freaking glass of anything, it'll kill me. It's just not
Damn.
trying to make it dark. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to state that that is just something that is I'm done with completely. Um, but since I was so lost at the time, I needed something to get my head out of all this craziness. And that's
Mm-hmm.
when I went back to Leonhardt's videos and I started seeing that people were still making money off of Pokemon. And I'm like, well, this if there's the common trend, I need to see what's up with this.
Mm-hmm.
And as I dove in head first, I realized maybe like 4 or 5 months later that I had nothing, not even a thought about alcohol anymore.
Oh.
Alcohol wasn't anything at that point.
Okay.
And yeah, and as the only problem was I spent a lot of money because I nosedived into the hobby. So what's the first thing you do when you get into the hobby? You spend a whole
About
bunch of
that.
money on packs. Yeah.
Yep.
I went to the Dollar General down the street and I freaking cleaned them the hell out. Um, Yeah,
uh,
bro. I bought the cards and then I was there at the store opening them with them
all right.
because they were into it too. So it was very interesting. But
Yeah.
that's where the ball started rolling. Then eventually you go broke because you run out of money. I mean, I didn't make that much to begin with. So yeah, then I'm stuck in this situation where I lost all this money. I don't owe any money because I was well aware that you do not take debt for this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Um, I was bad with my finances, but I wasn't bad enough that I would go into debt for it. So, um, where was I? Yeah, so I'm in this position where I've lost my money, but I have all these cards, and now I need to grade these in order to make some money, in order to like balance the fact that I lost all this money.
Yeah.
And and then, like I said before, you kind of get into that tightening the margins, being like very arrogant with your prices and stuff like that. So I had a period where I had to be extremely anal in order to get my profit. That was
Yeah.
probably a year, because I spent a year doing that. Then I was comfortable. I understood the process. And after a year, it really kind of like clicks in your
Hmm.
head. Like all of a sudden, up is up, down is down, left is left, right is right, and everything connects finally. And then a year later, everything connects even better. And then after
Hmm.
another year, the things that you pick up, it's very interesting how they all fit in this puzzle that is the hobby. Um, but through that, I started learning about business. I started learning about finance. I started learning about economics. I started learning about market psychology, which is one of my favorite things ever. Because
Yeah.
originally I was a psychology major. I wasn't even a nursing major because I
Oh,
thought the
big
human
big
mind
shout
was.
out to Freud. Big shout out to Freud, cognitive field of psychology. Yeah.
Oh, Freud. I thought you meant Freud
Yeah.
in the chat. There is no Freud in the chat. Yeah,
You
Sigmund Freud.
understand. Yeah, yeah, you
Oh,
understand.
yeah. His philosophy was that people were obsessed with sex, war, and blood. That was the gist of it. And then after a while, after he passed away, his great nephew or step nephew, one of his nephews, elaborated more on his psychology of sex, war, and blood. And that is what we know today as Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the triangle of needs where you start with the basic necessity of like food and air, and then you go up to like shelter, and then it's like well-being and being fulfilled like with people. And
Yeah,
then the
like
highest one
emotional
is like
stuff.
spirituality. And then
Yeah,
there's one on top of that now. That's very interesting stuff. Yeah. I always enjoyed psychology for all
yeah.
those
And then
very interesting theorists.
big shout out to BF Skinner, the Skinner box with the cat. Yeah.
Yeah. B.F. Skinner. Yeah.
Behavioral
And
psychology.
wasn't he the one that performed the baby Albert experiment as well? The one with the furry rat,
Yeah,
and
yeah, I
then he would
remember that
bang
one.
the pot. Yeah. Or was that Watson? That could have been Watson. Oh, B.F. Skinner was with the pigeons, where they would peck to get a pellet.
Yeah, and then the cat also hits the lever to get a treat, so it learns that every time you hit
Exactly.
the lever, you get a treat. It's the behavioralism. Yeah.
Yeah. Altering cognitive perception by noises or something like that. Action, reaction.
Hmm.
That's funny.
Yeah. Um, but yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So basically, the hobby made you look into all these other aspects that you could tie into other things in life themselves, right?
Definitely. But I think that wasn't necessarily the hobby. I think it was the people in the hobby. Because you are influenced by those around you, right? I'm not influenced by Pokemon. I don't have Bayleaf telling me like what the temperature is going to be today. But the people in the hobby, seeing their successes, seeing how they do things morally and ethically right, or not for that matter, influences your behavior. That's why we have
Mhm.
scumbags hanging out with scumbags, because you attract what you are, right? So if you're
Yeah.
good and genuine, you're going to attract good people. I wanted to be good and genuine, so I hung out with all the good and genuine people. Uh, and it pays off that way. When you see somebody who's successful or who's just genuinely a good, ethical person, you want to strive more to be like that, right? So
Mhm.
it's just this hobby as a whole, the people who are in this hobby really affected me to the point of who I am now as I FOMO on this platform, I would say. Because
That's cool.
sure, sure, I can cuss all I want. I can be that guy. I can be essentially David,
Hmm.
who I am. Uh, or I could be iFOMO. And I like the way that I have iFOMO, that he is a filtered person who is pretty much very positive all the time, when in reality, I am a positive person. I just have less of a filter. But I feel like the filter is necessary for certain reasons. Let's put it that to
And
the,
I get
it's
that
very
completely.
it's very easy to be rude in a place where everyone's trying to cut each other's throats. But how can that be a thing when you smother them with kindness? You know, there nobody has beef with me because I don't really lash out on anybody.
Hmm.
So that's kind of like the idea behind it.
Hmm. And
Otherwise,
I
I could
know,
flip the script.
and well, I know that we were talking about this because it led up to what your future work aspirations are, remembering your future career aspirations.
Yeah.
That's why you
Well, it's
deviated
because
to this, because you
it's
said
because
first
it's
you
ever
had to do,
changing.
yeah.
It's evolving. I mean, I just started with these little projects in the sense that nursing is the big project. TCG is semi big project. Um, I'd like to. I mean, the idea is to end up being a nurse
Hmm.
and then having this as a side venture. I don't want to call it a business. I don't want to call it a hobby because to me, it's just something else.
What is it?
It's like a. Hmm. There are
And
words. There are words.
yeah,
It's just people don't view them very nicely.
well,
Um,
go for it. Remember, this isn't you fitting a narrative. We don't have a fucking script. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Speak it. Say how you feel. Say how you view it. This is you. This is all about you. I FOMO. I mean,
Okay, so this is like a video game
all right.
to me, where you have ultimate freedom to do whatever you want, in the sense that you can be the villain, be the good guy, be rich, be poor, have a massive collection, dirt, have a nothing collection, or yet still be part of the hobby. Um, but see, because I view it as a video game, I tend to be very competitive, and
Um,
that's how I see this hobby. That I'm just a gamer in RuneScape, trying to get to the next level while everybody else is doing something else and that is in their own stuff. It's very interesting how we're all kind of like a ecosystem within the hobby, just doing our own thing. So
mhm.
that's how I see it. And actually, that was a reason why I joined the TCG, because remember how I told you I was playing Dragon Ball Legends on my phone?
Yeah.
Uh, that game does not pay you any money, right? So the idea was that when that YouTuber that I followed said that he made money off of this, I was like, well, dude, I'd give up this video game right now if there was a freaking thing that would pay me for it. So then I started looking into that. And see, having said that, I did get into the hobby for monetary reasons,
Okay.
but it ended up completely shifting into something else. Because think of it this way, if you go years without even knowing there's a TCG, how much how how much FOMO are you really getting if you don't really relate to the TCG itself? So it took, for me at least, like a year, maybe a year and a half, for me to really get engaged with these cards and start appreciating them for their art, and start appreciating something because it's Akira Igawa, for example, or appreciating something because it's Sao. So, yeah, it's to each his own, because you can love this stuff all you want, or you could hate this stuff all you want, and you can end up liking it. Or you could end
Mhm.
up hating all the people in this hobby, and eventually you turn around and realize everyone's super freaking cool. you
That
know?
is
And maybe you were just here in a time of toxicity, of like raging toxicity, because that happens and it's unfortunate, but as quickly as it comes, that's a it goes away. We move on. We forget, for the better, for the worse. Oh,
E-Man.
Vase,
I have.
before I forget, I got 15% battery on this thing left.
You have a
And I
charger on
can't,
hand, or
unfortunately, no, I do, but you have to connect it from the bottom, and it would like mess up the stand that I have for it because I don't really have a physical stand. So I'll I'll let you know when I'm at 5%,
all
probably
right.
just to cut it. Uh, but yeah, just letting you know, I'm sure we still have like 30 minutes though.
Okay.
Yeah,
Um.
there's plenty of time.
All right. So did you so you did touch on the future work aspirations then. You want to be doing nursing, have this kind of like on the side. You did say initially you got into it for the money purposes, but eventually you wound up liking it for other purposes. And
Yeah.
again, you barely learned about the TCG, so it wasn't like you had any emotional ties to it for any other reasons. You saw it on YouTube. You're like, oh, this is still a thing. There's still money. Okay, cool. That's what drew you in. There's nothing wrong with that. But you decided to stay because you're like, hey, people are fucking cool. Some of these people are really,
Mhm.
really nice. Like, this is pretty dope. I get that.
And I appreciate these people for the stuff, their content they pull out. All these people are very genuine, and they made me realize that Pokemon was a very personal thing for me when I was growing up because there was not a lot of people to share it with.
Hmm.
So it was very private, and it definitely took a while for me to get used to opening up about this kind of stuff to people in the hobby, for example, just because it was something that was so private to me as a child. Um, that nowadays, honestly, it's crazy to think that I go and tell people that I flip Pokemon cards, and they're like, "Dude, that is so freaking cool." I'm like, "I know, right?"
Yep.
I never thought the day would come, to be honest. But it's
I
very
totally get that.
interesting.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
But yeah,
we were talking about it before once. I think, give me a second here. I
no
think I had
worries.
crumbs on me. Give me a second. There we go. I just brushed myself off really quick. By the way, Shug Nasty, thank you very much for that second snack that I just ate right there. Mm-mm. That one was delicious as well. Absolutely loved it. Um, Now going back to it, what was I saying? What was I saying? Remind me again. Blame the blinkies right now. But what was I saying? I
Um, we were going over um, what's it called? We were going over aspirations, career aspirations,
Mhm.
and then I started talking about the hobby, like all the people that are in the hobby
Oh well,
and their
I don't
content
know.
and
I
stuff.
I felt I feel like I dropped the ball on that one. I literally got up to brush myself off really quick, and I was like mid sentence on something, but I forgot what it was. It'll eventually come back to me. It'll come back to me right now. But what was it? All right, yeah. Let's move on from this one because I'm gonna
We'll get
forget.
there.
Oh,
Yeah,
he said monetary
monetary
about
about
the
the
hobby.
hobby. Maybe that I was saying how the hobby was monetary at first, and then it became much more than that.
Yeah, I think we were talking about that actually, and then how yeah, because at first the TCG wasn't really something you knew about, right? That's something you learned about a little bit later, and what drew you in was the monetary aspect. Um, I mean,
Yeah,
I get it. This is the way I see it. The hobby, it's not just a trading card for the gamers, for the players. It's not just a physical item that has rarity behind it for the collectors, right? It's not just a plushie for the kids or for all the people that like to collect plushies, because that's also a big thing that Pokemon has.
Uh-huh.
It's not
Yeah.
just a digital cartridge for your game systems so you could play the Pokemon game, right? It's not just an anime that you can watch. It's not just a manga that you can read, right? Because there's a manga, isn't there, for
Oh,
Pokemon?
yeah. Pocket Monster.
Yeah. So it is multifaceted. Pokemon is an intellectual property. It's an idea. Pokemon is something that was created in somebody's mind, and you like it because something in that idea draws you into it. Whether it's the cute little Pokemon and you like seeing the anime, oh, that's what draws you in. Cool. Other aspects of it will shine as you learn and expand about the hobby itself, right? But it could be
So
the games. If you were a gamer, the games draw you in. You used to play the emulators and stuff like that, right? If you like playing games of strategy, the TCG might draw you in because you have to have strategy behind it. The meta is ever changing. There's rules that are being added or dropped. It's it's just an intellectual property. What about it draws you in? So if it happened to be the money aspect, because there is a collectability and investment side of it, there's nothing wrong with it. It still drew you in to what ultimately is Pokemon, the hobby. Now that you're in, that's when you're like, oh, there's a TCG side. Oh, there's a content
yep.
creation side. Oh, there's a community side. You get me? And that's where you're like, okay, I kind of like these aspects a little more. Or I still like this aspect, but I like these aspects too. It helps you branch out, helps you expand and grow as a person.
And it gives you the freedom to do whatever you want, how you want to do it, basically. So it's great. It's actually, I was just thinking while you were talking about this, it kept ringing a bell in my head. Um, a lot of Latinos consider football, soccer, a
Mhm.
religion. Like
Yeah.
they say it's quote unquote a religion. Like, what are the top three things for Latinos? It's religion, family, and soccer. Straight up. So I see the connection there too. Maybe Pokemon is a religion. I mean, that's a very strong word that I
Yeah.
don't want to. I don't like using that word because it could offend a lot of freaking people. But I think we're late enough into this live that I can talk about this freely.
Yeah.
People view this as a cultural, not religious, but cultural thing. This whole ecosystem of
Well,
people that are very like-minded and share the similar
yeah.
experiences.
Well, let's tie into it. Could you see community as a synonym for the word religion? If community could be a synonym for religion, a community of people, it's a group of like-minded people that follow a certain set of rules. I'm
Yeah,
not saying
I, I
I'm not
s-
saying it's exactly the same, but you get what I'm
yeah,
saying?
I
Pokemon
think
is a community. So that's how I could see the correlation. It's not a religion where like these are the rules and everybody follows these and you're banned if you do or banned if you don't. No,
exactly.
no. It's more like a community, and I do see the community aspect behind it because that is something that we touched on. So I see what you're saying in that sense where it's it's not like a religion, but a community in a sense follows a lot of traits that some religions have, because
Hmm.
the religious communities existed in the dawn of mankind, right? Like there are certain religious communities that existed around certain parts of the world, and then they grew and they went worldwide to what we know now. But it's still a community. Like that's at least that's what I'm drawing from what
I
you're saying
agree.
right now.
I agree. I think the pool is a little bit bigger, so I would even go a little bit further and call them a society of
Oh,
people. Yeah. Shoot. I'm at 5%. Um, yeah, I would even go so far as to call them a society of people because I think we're big enough. In bear markets, I call it more of a community. But I like
yeah.
that you use that word community because it It tells me that you have a good assessment of how big this hobby is. Because a lot of people say society or they say like population. I'm like, bro, that is too big a word sometimes for the amount of people that are in here right now, when it's
Mhm.
small.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to attempt to get the charger to plug this thing in to see if we can go on for a few
All
more
right.
seconds.
Yeah. If you're able to get it going, we do have the anime series we were going to talk about, and then the knowledge tips on investment side of the One Piece TCG.
Okay. Yeah, give me one sec.
So for our audience here, give us just one moment. His phone is near dying. It's down to 5%. We want to make sure he can stay on, so he's going to see if we can get it working.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before this thing turns off on me, it's already at 2%.
All right. There we go.
Wrong is
No
my charger.
worries.
No.
You're still there. Oh no. No. Let's give our guest just a few minutes here. If he's able to get his phone back on, he'll be able to jump back in. He has the link, and the link should still work. But let's give him just a moment here. Hopefully he'll get back in. See, I used to subscribe to the Power Rangers religion, but then yo-yos because pil- Pelular and switched religions. Blinky time. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a blinky. Let's take a blinky. This one, Oddish. Oddish, will you go ahead and authorize a blinky? Will you let the Grass Energy Gang enjoy a blinky? By the way, Oddish has red eyes in case you didn't notice. So Oddish low key has been like taking blinkies like too. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Oddish has been enjoying blinkies. There we go. Let's go. iFOMO. Are if you're able to get your phone back on, you'll be able to jump back in. Click on the same link. I think one of the previous guests, their connection had died. They had to click on the link and they were able to get back in. It'll let you get back in. Just plug in the phone and get it going to where like it turns on. You'll be good, iFOMO. There we go. So for now, people just have to put up with me, Eddie, all by myself, for just a little bit. Again, let's go ahead and take a look at this. Oh yeah, baby. Trainers Pokemon break into battle. Yeah, this is sweet. Danny, thank you again so much. Yes. There we go. It is the enhanced booster box. So it is going to have the promo. Um, it says right here includes one bonus illustration, rare style promo card. Says it right there. Might be a little hard to read because of this, but it's okay. I was able to read it. Super excited. Again, I do have a yo-yo actually. E-Man brought it up. I got it at Target recently. Here, yo-yo. It's a Duncan yo-yo. I bought it because I was gonna play with Nikita, see if it drew her attention. So it's still just there. I haven't opened it because I honestly haven't had to. She's been all right. Hey, baby, come here, mamas. Come here. How you doing? Are you doing okay? Come here. No? Okay. I'll leave you alone. There you go. Nikita does not want to make an on-screen appearance. I do, however, have one other thing to showcase. All right, check it out. I have something that I had on hand to showcase just in case. Give me 1 second. There we go. All right. iFomo says he's turning the phone back on. William Hill says, I want one of those for MSRP. I did get mine for MSRP from Danny Phantom. Again, if you're a part of his Discord, that's the only way you could like join in for an opportunity to have that happen. Let me go ahead and showcase the thing that I have. So I did tell people that every now and then I still buy Funko Pops. And I bought 3 Funko Pops recently because it's the complete collection for a Funko Pop series. This is a Funko Pop series for Mars Attacks. There's 3 of them for this little series that came out. At least there's only 3 listed in the back, and I got all 3 of them. So this is 1877, The Martian Soldier. This is one of them. I was totally stoked to find these. I think I got them at Target. There we go. I am going to open them because they did get cut on the top when they were opened, whenever they were stocked. So they don't have a perfect case per se. So they are going to be opened. I just have them in their box because they're stacked to the side for now. So that's one of them. I have 1874, which is Martian Ambassador. That's this one right here. These look freaking awesome. There we go. So Martian Soldier and Martian Ambassador were shown. And all 3 of them have the same cut on top. You see it right there. Like you could kind of see it with the light. Let me see. Actually, damn, I'm trying to get that to show up on camera. Oh, yeah, you can see it right there pretty well. There we go. So you can see it right there. It has that cut. iFomo says, "Oh, dude, those space aliens take me back." Yep. Wonder if they make the cow. That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. 1876 is Martian Spy Girl. Here we go. See? You see the little face differentiation? There we go. And it looks like iFomo will be back. There we go. And this one, again, it's going to be towards the front right here by my finger. Yeah, you
Which
can
one's
kind
that
of.
one?
Martian Spy Girl. She has her
Oh,
mouth
cool.
kind of messed up right there. Yeah, it's the back one, this one.
Neat. So those 3 are the ones in the set, essentially?
Yeah, it just lists the 3. But if you notice the numbers, it's 1874, 1876, 1877. Where's 1875? So 1875 is going to be a Chase exclusive. One of these has a Chase variant, and that's going to be number 1875. Because when it's a Chase variant, it might say like Martian Ambassador or Martian Soldier, or it might say Martian Spy Girl. It's going to copy one of these probably, but it's going to be like an alt art. Like it's going to be a different form of it. And then it'll have the Chase sticker. By the way, I did find a Chase exclusive Funko. Um, I don't know if that's the correct way to say it. Chase exclusive. It was a Chase Funko Pop from Yu-Gi-Oh. It's the Harpy Lady. Do you want to see that one or?
Yeah,
All
bring
right,
that
I gotta
up.
grab it. Give me. Well, I need to go and take a quick restroom break now that you're back. So
Cool.
give me like a minute or two to use the restroom, and then it's gonna take me like 1 minute to get it because the Harpy Lady is put away, not somewhere like far to reach or nothing. It's just put away in a thing where Nikita can't get to her. But I'm gonna grab it. It's gonna be like a minute. So give me like 3 minutes max. All right. I'm gonna be back. Just take care of you can for the lobby. Let them know anything if they got any questions. Let them know what's up, dude.
Cool. So what's up, chat? How we doing? Sorry about that. My phone died. I'm at 4% and my charger is kind of weird. So, in the meantime, I'm gonna have to hold the phone. One sealed one, the Space Invaders movie. What are you planning on grading that? That would be cool. Yeah, that would be good. I need a phone stand. The first thing I thought of was getting a phone stand attached to this table, but it would take about a week to get here. Yeah, that would be cool. Well, actually, this whole time I had been mounting it on this thing and using that to like hold it together. Yeah, basically, whatever works. It's just when you have to plug in the charger, that's when the problems start. No, dude. I'm not I'm not opening that yet. I don't even know what I'm gonna do with it. The only thing I'm gonna say is that whatever it is looks good as is. So it's possible I'll just leave it as is. Hold the oh, you saw the belt buckle, yeah. Old school. I don't even know where that came from. I think that was like a gift given to my dad or something. It's actually it has an 1885 coin on it, which is very interesting. I've never seen that before. Huh. Never picked my dad for a collector. My dad likes to collect these JFK coins from like the 70s and stuff. I think they're 50-cent coins. That's pretty much the gist of his collection. Now I go and find out he has another one. It's pretty cool. El Paso's finest. You already know El Paso and their like good old quarter belt buckles, silver dollar belt buckles. It's the One Piece. Yeah, because you can only find it here in Texas on belt buckles. JFK coins, yeah, they were, if I'm not mistaken, they're 50 cents. They used to be the 50-cent currency back in the 70s. I think it was from the late 60s all the way up to the early 80s.
Here's the chase,
Oh wow. It took me a second to
and
figure out what that
it's
was.
different. It has a different suit than the regular one. You see the regular one in the back. So the regular one doesn't
Oh
have the golden
yeah.
suit. I have the golden suit because I have the chase,
Neat.
and I found it in the wild. So I paid. I think it was like 12.99 maybe, or it's 12.99 or $15. I don't remember. Whatever Target charges you for a regular pop, that's what I paid for it. But it's worth
Neat.
more than that. This one is pretty neat. It's not like all messed up. I don't think this one had the cut on the top.
Very cool.
Yeah, so this one does stay put away somewhere else. I'm gonna put it back. I don't want Nikita to get her hands on it or her paws on it.
Would be cool if they remade the OG Yu-Gi-Oh. That
Yup.
might make the OG pop off a little bit. Vintage Yu-Gi-Oh back to the moon. That'll be cool. 364 90% silver one's probably the half dollars. That sounds about right. Not 100% silver. They would never. Nikita and her Funko Vices. Harpy Lady Funko Vices.
Alright, I'm going back. I'm back. It's funny because Nikita is staring at me. She's on her little couch. You've
Hmm.
seen her little cat couch. Yeah.
That's her hangout session. I mean, her
Yeah.
hangout place. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, she loves it there. She likes it there, or she'll be on the bed, or she'll be in the windowsill. But she likes to lounge around a lot. But right now she's on her couch and she's just looking at me and she's giving me a look like I know you're talking about me. It's pretty funny. All right. So now that I'm back, sorry about that. I moved the Funkos out of the way so they won't be like getting knocked over and stuff. Put Harpy Lady back, so she's back in her. She's in a little Sterilite thing. You know those it's a Sterilite container, those clear containers that like have the snapping lids. It
Hmm.
keeps her out of all that stuff, and I could lay stuff down in there. I have a few for my Hot Wheels. I have a couple other ones for some Funkos, and other. I have some stuff from Kid Robot that's in there as well. But yeah, like whatever I have that I'm like, I don't want this ruined. I keep it. I keep it out of her little reach, out of any place that I think she might be able to get to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
AMPM says we have two missions to build Eddie shelves and FOMO tripod.
Yeah, we need to do shelves on the wall right here.
That would be
We are
nice.
gonna do that. We are gonna do that. Merc is gonna send some stuff to display on the shelves.
Should be good.
Yep. You were talking about coins.
Oh yeah, it's because AMPM pointed out a belt buckle that I was using to hold the phone up. And it
Hmm.
turns out it had a 1883 coin in it.
A Morgan Peace dollar.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Which
Is
yeah,
that
I
the right
hadn't even
coin?
noticed.
Is that the right coin though, or is that a Morgan Peace dollar, or am I wrong?
To be honest, I don't know.
Let's see.
I feel like it is because it reminds me of the lady,
Let me see.
but the
Let me look
design's a
up.
little different. This could be
Let
a
me look
fake
up what it looks
too.
like. Yeah. Let me see what the Morgan Peace dollar looks like. All right, could I see what that coin looks like again?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think that is a Morgan Peace dollar. Mm-hmm.
What
What year
year?
is it? Because
1885.
1885. Okay, I'm seeing a 1921. I just typed in Morgan P. Stoller, but I'm seeing a 1889. You said that was 1885.
85. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a chance that yeah, maybe it could be that. Yeah, because I'm seeing in 1889. Let me see, 1885. Let me see if that's a thing. 1885 Morgan Peace Dollar.
There are.
Yeah.
It's just they have other
Okay.
stuff on them like CCOS.
That's because that's like the
Oh, that's the
condition.
grade.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah. You're gonna have
I see.
a circulated. It's just gonna be circulated Morgan Peace Dollar. But still, if it is real, there are very rare years for them. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Pretty neat.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Random little fact. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't even know that was here. My dad didn't even know it was here until he pulled that out.
Son of Merc says every time he sees Nikita, she has always been calm. You misspelled it, Merc. It's Nikita. It's Russian. Just look up Nikita Russian spelling.
Oh,
Nikita.
Nikita.
Yeah, because she's a short-haired Russian blue. She's a little Russian kitty. So she's Nikita. It fits perfectly. And Merck is right. The mint that it comes from also matters in terms of the value for the coin. Like if the
Yeah.
coin is in fact genuine, yeah. Certain mints are going to be worth more than others. Yeah. So
Yeah.
now,
I wouldn't bother grading this though. It is dirty
no, and
and
well,
scratched.
I'm going to grade a coin, right? The penny that's missing the copper layer.
Oh, that's cool.
It's just a
That's
zinc layer
interesting.
exposed. Yeah. I took it into a coin shop. They said take it in and grade it. They said it looks like it's a possible like real error coin. They're like you're not gonna know until you take it in though.
Yeah, because
So
they have to do the assessment.
hmm yeah,
Yeah.
because they said they were looking at it and they're like it doesn't look like there's any chemical composition or it doesn't look like someone peeled it off somehow because they said that there's a way that you can actually peel off the copper layer from a penny with a chemical compound but it would like leave like something that she would be able to see and she's like I don't see it, so she's like this to me looks genuine. She's like I suggest you go get it graded. She's like if you get it graded and they say it's a genuine like error, she's like who knows what it's worth. So I'm like,
Yeah,
word. It's
collectors
from
might pay top dollar for that.
it's from 2014 and it's from the Denver Mint. I haven't been able to find any other copies or any other examples that follow everything that this one has. I've found some examples for other years, but for 2014 Denver Mint, I haven't found another. It might be a one of a kind. We
Very
won't know
cool.
until I grade it. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Have you thought of a grading company?
I think it's
In the field.
NGC.
Mhm.
NGC, I think, is the one that I would have to use for that. And
Oh, I see.
technically, they're owned by CGC, right? Or it's the
Mhm.
same company. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably your best bet, and they're pretty on point with their
hmm
grades. Not
Yeah.
CGC, trading cards, but the other company. And
That's
if
a
not,
whole
you can
rabbit
always
hole.
send it to that third party affiliate that'll put the sticker on it.
But that's
Yeah.
always that's its own different rabbit hole. Remember, we recently got into that. CGC and PSA are the same thing. They're the same thing.
Yeah.
It's mind blowing. It really is. You have to be a fan of Beyond the Binder, the podcast we run on Son of Merc's channel. If you are, you would see the unhinged conversation we got into where we made a realization, right? We even had a AI that was looking into it and reviewing information and stuff. Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. I'm still kind of mind blown about it. And I'm mind blown with the fact that it's kind of known by a few people, but it doesn't seem like that news has spread around rampantly just yet. I feel that a lot of
Yes,
people don't know.
it's
And here's
definitely
an
not
example.
clear. Mhm.
Here, here's an example. Okay. So I'm not gonna name names because again, I'm not talking shit, but I'm using an example. There are content creators. One of them is very famous. He sent cards to get graded by CGC, and he doesn't like CGC anymore. And he has sent cards to get graded by PSA. In fact, this creator got banned from CGC to send cards into CGC, but they weren't banned by PSA. But PSA and CGC are the same thing, so that's kind of odd. It's like the
Mhm.
left arm won't take you, but my right arm will. Not odd for the creator doing anything. The creator didn't do anything wrong. But what I'm saying is, if the creator knew, let's say, well, I'm assuming the creator didn't know, but if the creator would have known PSA and CGC are both owned by the same, would he still be like, all right, I'm going to try grading with PSA? Or would he be like, let's just go grade with another company that's not owned by this conglomerate? You know what I mean? But the
Yeah.
fact that he graded with PSA after CGC won't grade with him, that's like, whoa, PSA doesn't communicate with CGC, like, even though at the end of the day it's owned by the same entity. That's kind of odd.
Yeah, I just think maybe they just have to report back to headquarters and then whatever is that micro situation, like when you're dealing with an actual customer, they
Hmm.
probably don't talk about that. They're
Hmm.
they're they probably report the numbers, and as long as the numbers make sense, then they're clear. But they don't deal with stuff like customer service, PO, HR, none of that stuff.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But without getting too much into it, remember I had a job in a certain industry where I worked for a certain entity, but there was other entities that were owned by that corporation, and I was doing customer service work for multiple entities, even though I got hired on for one entity of it.
Mhm.
That's what this reminds me of it. If PSA and CGC are both owned and other entities are owned by the same conglomerate at the end, when you work, you don't work for PSA or CGC. You work for whoever owns them, right? Because
Mhm.
that's how it goes up. So in essence, if you're working for one or the other, you could help out the other side of it during periods of like extreme workloads. Like if PSA is really bombarded and they're getting hit by all this customer service stuff, you could, in theory, have CGC employees respond to the PSA inquiries for customer service. You get me? Because
Yeah.
it's one entity at the end of the day. It's it's still fulfilling the what's the term? It's still fulfilling the financial goals of the company because it's its own company. You know?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think maybe they don't talk to each other on that regard because standards. It's probably the fact that Collector Universe is just a dad that's like, hey, here's some cash, do what you will, just make sure you bring more cash at the end of the day type situation.
Yeah.
Where it's more on a macro scale where they're not micromanaging both companies. And probably those two companies are using different technology to source all their information. So
But
it might not be that easy for them to
you remember
exchange information. Hmm.
you remember what the AI said though in that report that got generated where it did that summary where it said part of the point of this was to streamline everything. So you just
Hmm.
have one centralized place where you go and take care of everything at the same time. That makes me feel it only works if all entities talk to each other. It
Hmm.
only works if they share the same database. It only works if they're using the same software. You get me?
Yeah, I
Because you're
see you.
streamlining it. Yeah. If you're streamlining it, okay, these are the company rules for one, which works for the other because it's just another company that's under the same entity. And again, I have experience with that. And that's why, like, okay, I saw it work on a small scale. And it wasn't even that small of a scale. It was still, in my mind, it was still a big scale, but much smaller compared to what these companies are putting out in terms of numbers for their sales and everything. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's a trip.
We,
It's a trip. But
Maybe we should rehash that tomorrow.
maybe yeah, because well, tomorrow you're gonna be on tomorrow, or
Mhm.
was it next week? You might not be on, right?
Yeah, next week I can't because I have exam number 4 on Tuesday for pharmacology, and then on Thursday I have the pathophysiology one.
Okay. Son of a Merc says, "I built you a stand, not very tall though, so you might have to put it on a box." That's fine. I have no issues with that. I'll stack stuff up underneath it. I'll build a foundation underneath it. That's fine. Um, I did want to get to where we only have two conversation topics in their own regard. The second to last conversation topic was to have a fun little conversation about our favorite anime series. So, favorite anime.
Ooh, favorite.
Yep.
Ooh, favorite. Jeez, this is tough.
And you could talk about different anime series. I'm just saying we're not gonna talk about every anime series, but you could talk about a grouping of favorite top, sort of animes. You could say what you like about them, what specific point in your life you saw it, because again, you were down in Honduras for a good portion of your life there. When you were down in Honduras, anime is still being shown down in Central America, isn't it?
Oh yeah, and see, back then it was the big three. Well,
Which war?
big the big three plus Dragon Ball Z. So it was Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach. And then
Hmm.
then you had Dragon Ball. You had old shows like Saint Seiya, um, Rurouni Kenshin, Prince of Tennis, Amniplex was very big back then.
Hmm.
But it was far and few in between. There was some bangers, but there weren't all bangers. Like, I mean, the big three was Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece was a stretch, you know?
What about
So,
Yu-Gi-Oh?
yeah, but they were part of Warner Bros., so they didn't consider that anime.
But isn't it an
Because
anime?
it is. Is it? Is it an anime?
It-
Did they ever make a manga for it?
I think they did. What about
They,
Pokemon?
they did, but Pocket Monsters does not follow the anime. That's why it's kind of hard to tell. It's like Avatar. Like you would have expected Avatar to be an anime, but it's not. It's actually American.
Oh.
So
Well,
with that being said,
but those
back
started in
then,
Japan, right? Those started in Japan. Pokemon
yeah,
started in Japan before it came over here. So,
yeah, but they had to filter it here in the States because it was
yeah.
too. The manga is very different because there's a lot of ill will, a lot of hate, a lot of toxicity in the manga. Like the evil villains are horrible. Like they wish horrible things on the kids who are the main characters and stuff like
Hmm.
that. Or like the whole situation with N and
Yeah.
what was his name? The guy who was manipulating him in the game. Boss's Orders. Do you remember that guy with the green
Oh,
hair?
Cyrus? Not
Is that
Cyrus.
it's the other guy. I can't remember his name. But the point is that dude, when he got caught by the police in the anime, they arrested him and blah blah, everything's cool. In the manga, they let him talk. And he said all this stuff, how he wishes N is dead, and he something about
All right.
over my dead body, like super hardcore. I'm like, man, this stuff is not for kids,
But
you
check
know?
it out. Anime doesn't mean made for kids because in Japan there's a lot of adult-based anime. Isn't Dragon Ball much worse over there? Isn't it filtered over here through Funimation Studios? Like,
It's weird because if you look at the original Dragon Ball, it's not censored, so you see Goku's dick,
oh yeah, I remember when I was a little kid. I do remember that in the
and I
original
think
Dragon Ball releases.
yeah, and I think that's the difference between Dragon Ball and Pokemon because Pokemon they physically censored it, therefore changing it, and then I guess it wasn't considered anime, just like Avatar. because
But
Avatar is not considered anime.
with Dragon Ball, don't they block out some of the blood and stuff, and some of like the more violent parts? Because I remember like the Spanish
Bleach,
Dragon Ball was more violent and stuff. Like,
probably. They would. There was a thing about blood, and that was specific to Bleach, because Bleach was supposed to be a lot more bloodier than it was.
yeah,
And just up until recently, Bleach took off the filter, so now they can show blood. Guess what the first thing they do when they
what?
find out that they're allowed to show blood? They chop like 20 heads off. They just
Damn,
straight up decapitate 20 heads and just blood everywhere. It was
yeah,
it was hype. That was super hype.
yeah. But and then there's other just straight up adult based animes like Helsing,
Mm, very,
um,
very good
Elfen Lied.
anime. Oh, wow. I actually
Yeah,
read the first part of the manga of that one.
yeah.
That was one of the
Um,
first ones I read, but I didn't finish it.
wasn't Gundam like just for adults too? Like it was supposed to be like a super violent cartoon, right? So
Yeah, but I think they didn't consider it anime at one point. But then all of a sudden we see it on Hulu. Okay, so there's a weird thing about Hulu because Hulu has the rights to Bleach, but Hulu had the rights to Bleach before they were when they were censored by Blood. So
Mhm.
it's weird. It's strange because Hulu owned the rights to this anime, and they actually now own the rights of certain Gundam properties.
Because they have
Now it's
Gundam properties on there, right?
yeah, like Blood Orphan and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So there are properties that are owned by Hulu that are considered anime. It's just that before they owned them, I'm not sure if it was considered anime. Like when we saw it on Toonami and stuff like the
Yeah.
really old stuff, I don't know if
Well,
they considered that anime.
I thought everything in Toonami was just anime. Like that's the way I took it.
I think you're right. I think
Yeah.
that's a good way of putting it. It's just that sometimes they got confused. Like sometimes they would throw anime in there, I mean Avatar in there, and then sometimes they would throw non-anime stuff. And then some at one point they mixed Adult Swim with Toonami,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to
Um
keep track of.
Dude, Toonami was the greatest, honestly, man. I used to love catching new episodes on there. Um, the Yu Yu Hakusho, that was one of the ones I used to like on there.
Oh yeah. That
Yeah.
was a great one. That was a great one that I don't recall that much of because I haven't watched it in a while.
Let's see. And then there was man, there was a bunch of stuff that came. Oh, Parasite is another anime. Now that I remembered, Parasite is
Oh,
another
very good.
adult-based anime, right?
Super good.
That's
Yeah.
Parasite the Maxim. Yeah, I like Parasite.
I'd re-
Death Note.
uh
Death
Death
Note
Note
is a
is
great
probably
one,
my favorite, dude.
and Full Metal
Remember,
Alchemist.
oh, Full Metal Alchemist was the first manga I read completely.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. And Death Note was my first favorite anime that I watched because it was so psychological. I'm like, this is exactly the kind of stuff that I like. Like on a
Hmm.
psychological level, Mr. Market Psychology over here. Yeah, that is a fascinating anime.
Merc brought up Sword Art Online. I do like Sword Art Online.
I have comments about Sword Art Online. I think it was lame that they didn't finish the first season by getting to level 100, and they had to put in a movie in order to show everybody what level 100 was. Are you freaking kidding me? Lazy. No, don't say that, Merc. That's
And
lazy.
then
Straight up.
there's Gun Gale Online as well. I like that one also.
I really liked that one. It was very
Mhm.
interesting, and it had that thriller to it because you were like, "Who the hell is this guy? What is he doing?" He's like the sniper guy.
Mhm.
I didn't. The second season was all right. The Alicization season, I can't get through it, unfortunately. But the first season and Gun are my favorite. And the movie is great.
Mesozoic said Avatar wasn't anime. It's American animated. Its original aired on Nick. I do have one question
Ah,
because that made me think
Nickelodeon.
of something. What about Rick and Morty the anime? Because that's its own thing. There's Rick and Morty like how I know it, and then there's Rick and Morty literally called Rick and Morty the anime.
I don't think that's. I think they made it look like an anime, but I don't think it's an anime.
You don't think it's an anime? Because I haven't really watched it that much. Like I kind of tried watching a little bit of it, and I'm like, I didn't like it as much, so I didn't watch it.
Um, yeah, I don't think. I think it was created by all the same people, and I don't think there's any sort of rights from Japan to that. I mean, there could be. It's very popular. It's just that that show is really crappy. The anime,
Yeah,
I better
yeah.
shut up
Um,
before I say something I'm gonna regret.
what was I gonna say? But yeah, going back to favorite animes. I mean, I've only touched, just on a few. There's so many animes to choose from, honestly. Uh, but yeah, but I touched on a few that I really enjoy.
The one that I will point out right now, and I'm gonna keep preaching about it because I'm really into it, is Kaiju number 8.
Mm,
It's very digestible right now because it's only one season, and I think it's 8 to 12 episodes per season. I think that's the format they're going with. This show, you guys have to check out. The first season's great. I'm already miles ahead in the manga, and
hmm.
my mind's blown.
And it's big beasts that are fighting, right? Kaiju's are like big, like Godzilla things, or it could be different types of things, but they're big like monsters, right?
Yeah, and they don't like to reference them too much because they want this to be its own thing. Like yes,
Okay.
we reference kaiju's from Pacific Rim, but this is our
Oh,
thing. This is our kaiju's. They made that very
yeah,
clear because they reference Godzilla and they reference a lot of the Godzilla versions that we've seen over the years, but they don't make it like the main villain or anything like that. They don't want to ultimately prioritize those kaiju's. They want to create their own kaiju's.
I get you. I like some zombie based anime as well. I can't really think of any names off the top of my head, but oh, you know what anime I was watching not too long ago? Undead Unluck.
That's an anime? Undead Unluck?
Yeah, I think that's what it was called. Let me look it up.
I thought that sounded like a zombie video game.
Something like that. Yeah,
Oh,
Undead Unluck. Yep, that's what it is. I liked it. I like that one. That one's pretty cool. It's not really zombie based, but I mean, I just recently started watching that, and I enjoyed it.
I
It's
think I've
it's on
heard of
Hulu.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
somebody recommended it to me. Zom
Zom
100.
100. I
That one's
did
good.
watch that one. I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, that one's good.
There's also I think there's a live action thing for Zom 100 on Netflix.
Yeah, it
Let me
came out
see.
at the same time,
Okay, so there
around the
is,
same
right?
time.
Yeah. I saw the live action thing on Netflix first, and then I also watched the anime. Yeah, I liked them both. I did. I did. And then there's a few others. I really can't think of all the names at the same time.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Kind of hard. There's so many that you kind of like are like, oh, this one, that one. All I can think about right now is Code Geass. Great
Code Geass.
anime. If you wanna warfare anime where you have to be
Mhm.
very holy crap, that's sneaky, tactical. It's a game of chess. It's a game of war. That's your anime. It's very good.
Oh yeah, that I like that one. High School of the Dead. That's a zombie
Same.
anime. That
Yeah.
one only had one season because the guy who made it like died. Right? Look into that. Fact check me if I'm wrong, but the dude who made it died, so they couldn't like continue the series no more. Like it was abruptly like halted. But I might be wrong. Someone fact check me. Someone check.
High School of the Dead?
Yeah, so well, it never ended, and we're never gonna get it to end. Like the dude died. Again, fact check me. If I'm wrong, I'd rather be proven wrong right now than later.
Lack of sales on the internet was not the reason. Why would you tell
So
me that then? How do you Oh, co-creator of High School of the Dead spoke about the passing of his friend and the decision to discontinue the series in an interview in 2019. So his
so
friend passed away.
was it just the friend of the co-creator, or was it the friend of the co-creator, which was the other creator with it? I mean, again, if I have a false memory, like I knew there was a death associated with this with the stoppage of that show.
Wow. Hadn't seen this in a minute. Now I remember the characters. Yeah, yeah. It says the manga author, Daisuke Sato, fell ill in 2008. Yeah. Rather identify. Oh, he had an ischemic heart attack. I just went over that a few classes ago. Not fun.
Okay. So Mesozoic said I'm right. The writer died in 2017. Okay. Like I said, I might not have all the details, but I was in the ballpark. I was in the ballpark. Shug Nasty. Yo,
Sure.
was outside with the
What up?
kids. What I missed. Check it out, Shug. I ate two snacks. For the Dragon Ball one, this is what we pulled out of it.
They are the guardians of the demon Dragon Balls in Daima.
Mhm. And then for the other one that was a wafer, it was like a chocolate wafer thing. This is what we pulled out of it, bro.
Oh, that's sick. That's like Baba if she was a dude.
This is the back of it.
Baba
Yep.
from Dragon Ball.
So I had two of the snacks, Shug. Two of the snacks. Freaking Merc. But yeah, so High School of the Dead, and I think it's like DXD or something like that. That's how the whole thing is titled. I liked that one. That one was a cool one to watch. I'm not gonna say how it ends, but it kind of ends on a cliffhanger. So it really, really sucks
I don't
that
remember. It's been so long.
nah, if I say it, it's gonna ruin the story. You gotta watch it. Basically, if you
I'll
watch it
watch
on
it.
Netflix, yeah, it's either Netflix or Hulu. One or the other has it. But they had like every episode on there.
Oh yeah, Hulu. Definitely. I remember
Hulu.
Hulu had it.
Yeah. Darwin's Game I haven't watched, the one that Son of a Merc brought up, but it sounds pretty cool. Um, dude, there are so many other there's a few anime that I've
Yeah.
honestly watched that I don't remember the name of. Like I remember watching and I was like, "Oh, it was cool."
You know what's
But
a
I
good
don't
anime? That's not an anime? Boondocks.
oh,
Boondocks. Boondocks was what when I was just so obsessed with anime, Boondocks was the one thing that wasn't anime related that I still watch on a regular basis on Adult Swim.
a pimp named Slickback.
And did you know, fun fact, Boondocks stole a scene from Naruto and they
No.
used stole. I don't know if they actually stole it or if they asked permission to use it, but there's a scene in Naruto that's literally been copied by Boondocks for a baseball scene. Do you
Oh,
remember when they were playing softball? I think against a whole bunch of kids, and they were playing like really exaggerative, like softball where they would kick the living crap out of it, and it would. blast off to outer space and stuff like that, or they'd kick it and the ball would literally explode.
You said it was softball or kickball?
I think it was kickball actually. Now that I think about it. Well, either way, just look it
Yeah.
up on YouTube. Just
Yeah.
Naruto, boondock scene.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'll have
dude,
to look
it's
it
the
up.
same scene. And this is
Yeah.
old school Naruto, like when we were kids type stuff.
I like the shit that makes you just burst out laughing from the Boondocks, and a lot of it is the politically incorrect shit. The shit that they just say that it's wild that you're like, what? A fucking
Uncle
kid said
Ruckus.
that? Yeah, Uncle
Uncle
Ruckus is
Ruckus. I love that
yeah,
dude.
yeah. But I think Riley's my favorite character. Yeah, Riley's the goat.
Man, who's mine? I don't know. I think the grandpa was always cool, but he kind of got the shit end of the stick most of the
Hey,
time.
Granddad, he always had the ladies though. You gotta give it to him.
True.
He had the ladies and the money, and he had the caddy, right? Wasn't it a Cadillac that Granddad
Uh-huh.
had?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
And that one chick. That was the
yeah.
young one. Didn't they
Oh,
say that they were going to revive it? I've been waiting for years now
they
for
did.
them to bring back Boondocks.
Ooh,
And honestly, I could have sworn they said that they were going to bring it back. Like
let me see.
literally last year.
Let me see. Let me look into that one.
Reboot. Oh no, the reboot was canceled.
Damn. Yep, reboot not moving. Damn.
That's such a shame. And the
Yep.
guy who was going to play Uncle Ruckus is that dude from Malcolm in the Middle.
Oh, Malcolm in the Middle's rebooting, right?
I think so. Yeah. Well, let's see if that got canceled.
Everybody except Dewey came back, I think.
Reboot. Dewey? Yeah, that dude, he probably moved on to do something else. Says it's premiering this year in
Okay.
April.
Hell
April.
yeah.
That's like
Hell
any day
yeah.
now.
Yeah. But damn, dude, so that's pretty cool. We do like some of the similar anime series from each other. That's pretty dope. Um, you know what? There was a anime series that I used to like, and it was a vampire-based anime series, and I cannot remember the name of it at all. But it had vampires that had like superpowers. I remember that much.
Were they picking up orphans?
I feel like they might have been.
Was it called Seraph of the End? That is a great anime, and that was on Hulu.
Maybe, maybe.
That is a
Tell me more
great
about it.
anime. Okay, these two orphans, they live I think they live in a human world, but they kind of live underground because the
Mhm.
vampires rule the outside of the world, so they have to live in these caves and stuff. But these group of orphans decide they want to flee whatever hostile living situation they're in, and they want to go back to the human world. So on their venture, and this is the first episode, on their venture in order to get to the human world, they are about to make it, and then the head vampire, this blonde-haired dude who's a total asshole, kills them. And there's only one survivor. That's the main character, and he manages to get to the other world where all the humans are, and he gets
Mhm.
picked up by this head of the police officer, and he vows to like kill every vampire. Then there's a time skip. He's older, and he finds out his brother's still alive and is a vampire.
Oh, I think yeah. I think that
Crazy.
yeah. Yeah.
That's Seraph
They
of
don't
the
have
End,
it
bro.
anymore, right? They don't have it anymore, right?
They canceled it after season 1 or 2 because it didn't get enough views. And I
Damn.
thought, bro, this show is amazing. Like so underrated. And the manga is still releasing to this day. And the
Damn.
manga is amazing.
Oh, I like Chainsaw Man.
Nice. Yeah, that
Puchita?
one's dope.
I like Puchita. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's actually an anime that Yesenia watched with me. She really doesn't like anime, like at all. Like it's really hard to find an anime show like, but she watched every single episode for the first season. That was, I think it was on Hulu, and she enjoyed it. And she wants a little Puchita plushie. We've seen a couple like in events. We haven't bought one yet, but she wants eventually to get a little Puchita plushie. So it has Puchita with its little chainsaw like coming out. It looks pretty cool.
Nice.
Hmm.
Yeah, well, I do know that anime is not for everybody, so you're lucky because
Yeah.
met a lot of girls in the past who just do not like anime. Like they hate it.
Yep.
In fact, my ex hated it so much that that's why she's my ex.
What?
Fun fact, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Um, that's cray cray. So she just straight up was like, "You like anime too much?" Later's like,
At one point she gave me a choice. I'm like, don't do that because you're not gonna like the answer. So she kind
oh,
of dropped it and it just fizzled out after that. She just hated it, bro. And it's like
dang.
I couldn't really like be like, well, sorry, like this part of my life, I'm gonna have to force you to like it. Nah, you can't. You don't do that. But she
Yeah,
wanted to kind of force that upon me, which doesn't work because that's not how I operate. So she was fighting a losing battle,
I get you.
uh, and then it just fizzled out,
Oh,
unfortunately.
check this out. My wife has seen all of Chainsaw Man for the first season with me. She saw all of Dragon Ball Z. There's the Dragon Ball Z. There's two of them. There's the old Dragon Ball Z and then Dragon Ball Z something else. What's
And
the
then
new one
GT.
called?
Oh, there's
No,
Super, there's Daima.
no, it's still Dragon Ball Z, but it's like a remake of Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, Dragon Ball Kai.
That one. So Dragon Ball Z Kai. She saw
Yeah.
all of Dragon Ball Z Kai with me. After Dragon Ball Z Kai, she saw all Dragon Ball Super with me. So she has not seen Dragon Ball GT because it's only in Japanese when we found it, and she does not do that. It has to be in English. She's not gonna read the whole
Mm,
damn show.
I understand.
She
Yeah.
cannot do it. I don't mind it, but she cannot do it. So Dragon Ball GT we still have to watch, and Dragon Ball the original we haven't watched together yet, but she's open to watching that, and she does want to see Daima. She thinks it looks cute how Goku and Vegeta are like babies again. We again, I haven't
She'll
watched it,
like
so I don't
Daima.
know the whole thing behind it, but we've seen the previews, and she's like, okay, Daima looks cool. She did like Dragon Ball Super, and she preferred Dragon Ball Z Kai over Dragon Ball Super, and
Hmm,
I forget
nice.
which one was her favorite arc. I think it was Frieza for her favorite arc. I think it was It was either Frieza or Majin Buu, but I think it was Frieza.
It's Frieza's such an iconic villain. You can't
Hmm.
help but hate him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's seen Pokemon growing up. She saw Sailor Moon growing up. So she was like kind of into those like growing up, but like she got out of them. So I'm pretty sure if I went, hey, let's start watching Sailor Moon from the beginning, she might be down. You know what I mean? I keep teasing her and saying, hey, we're gonna watch Pokemon from the beginning all the way to the end now, because I dropped out of Pokemon throughout my life. There's portions of it that I didn't watch. There's portions of the anime that I've never seen. I'd like to see them, but I kind of want to restart everything and
I actually
have the
did
whole
that venture.
story.
Yeah, I had a whole bunch of free time. Uh, at one point, I don't know if that was before or after I was sober, but yeah, I just started grinding out those Pokemon episodes. I think I had. Oh, this is starting to come back to me. I was streaming back then. I was in high school.
Okay.
Huh. Wow, was that long ago? This was a long time ago. So I was streaming. It was back in high school. You had the list of every single Pokemon episode available at the time, and
Yep.
that's when I started grinding them out. Uh, Typically in the background while I was doing something else, probably school related at the time. But I was grinding out those episodes, and it was very, feel good because it's Pokemon. So you can have
Yeah.
that stuff in the background. Just hear people being nice to each other in the background all the time. Um, eventually I got to the point where now I believe I've seen every episode.
Oh dang, that's dope.
I think I'm up to date now because I've seen all the New Horizons stuff, and that new show that came out before Horizons, that was
Mhm.
basically the new Pokemon TV show with Ash before we they cut him out.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was all current with that. So really, yeah, Pokemon has always been in the background for me, even growing up, because it was always there. Whether it was the TV show, whether it was the video game, and now it's the cards.
Yeah.
And soon enough, it'll be the plushies.
Yeah.
Actually, I've never gotten a plushie before, but I my mom.
I see.
Yeah, I got a Mew.
Oh, I
Uh,
didn't see it. Go grab it. I didn't see it. I
I
saw
don't know
you
if you
shift,
can see
but
from
I
here.
couldn't see it. Oh, I see it now. Yeah, that's pretty dope,
Yeah,
dude.
that that's probably the best plushie ever.
I
But
saw I saw an Eevee Squishmallow at Target the other day, and it looked perfect. There was nothing wrong with it, no defect at all anywhere that I could spot. And I was like, I should get it, but it was the giant one, so it was like $50. And I just put it back on the shelf, and I was like, not
mm,
today. It hurt my little
it-
heart.
yeah, I know. I bet. Yeah, $50 for a plushie. That's insane.
hmm But it's big, it's huge. I mean, to be fair, let me bring something over. To be fair,
Yeah, finally. I was waiting for them to finally start going up against the gym leaders.
I think this one was $50 as well.
Wow.
I think so.
Oh,
Not sure. This one,
that's
Star Wars
from Star Wars.
Qtopia
Yeah.
Grogu.
Nice.
It's huge
Cute.
though.
Very cute.
And then I have one more. Check one more. And I think this one might have been about $50 as well.
Oh, Groot. Nice.
And you know this is a Funko
What?
plushie XL.
Huh. So they, so it's a
Yep.
plushie Funko.
Yeah, plush. This is a Hero Plushies XL box lunch exclusive by Funko.
Cool.
Nikita has messed with it. She bites the crap out of this tag. Again, these are just
Makes
out.
sense.
They're just out in the house, but yeah, she brushes up on it a lot, so it has a bunch of her fur all over it too. She loves it. It's her toy.
It's cute. I'd pick that one too, to be honest.
Yeah, they're pretty nice, right?
Very.
Again, we collect all sorts of different stuff. It's definitely not just TCG related. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you gotta pick what you like.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I like Groot, so I'd be on Funko Pop Groots.
Dude,
Plushies might be a little harder.
Yesenia loves Groot. We don't just have that. We also have, the big ass Funko, like the Funko Pops, but the giant ones. We got the
Hmm.
giant Groot. The one that's like,
Oh,
I think it's
nice.
like 100 or more now. They're expensive. We didn't pay 100 for it though. We got it a long time ago. We bought it at whatever MSRP was or under MSRP because we get a bunch of shit like on sale or we get like discounts. You join their little rewards programs or whatever, and they'll be like, "Hey, random 20% off." So it's like, okay, I've been keeping an eye on this. 20% off, $50 equals $10 off. Fuck it, I'll pay 40 for something that I've been keeping an eye on. That's usually 50.
Yeah, might as well. It goes up over time anyway. But you don't tend to keep it sealed?
Um,
You
I
normally
like
open it?
keep so it's there's 50-50. Certain things I buy just to open. Again, my OCD. Like when I get my wrapped promos, I need to open it. I'd rather open it, sleeve it up. Like I don't like them sealed. Other
Hmm.
things I like sealed. when it came to my Funko Pop collection, most of them stay sealed, but only if the box is perfect. If there's
Ah,
anything at all wrong with the box, if I find one fucked up corner, nah, bitch, you're getting opened. You're it, to me now. The outside is trashed. It's not pristine because I know in the Funko Pop market, if you try to resell Funko Pop in the future, anything with the box, oh, the coloration's off right here. Boom, you're gonna lose a big chunk. Now
mm,
instead of let's say a Funko Pop's going for 100, right? And you're going to a dealer that pays you between 70 to 80, that's $70 to $80. But because of a little blemish, I'll give you 30 or 40. That's a big fucking drop. You know
yeah.
what I mean? So at that point, well, I got it because I like it and I wanted it. So might as well just open it, play with the thing, display it. And if I still want to down the road, they'll still buy the shit that opened, but it's just whatever the open value is going for. And I know that when I go, I could pre-calculate, and I'm like, this is what they go for open, but I don't have to worry about, oh, this blemish is gonna make it, this much less or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. I took note from that those pointers you gave me about the Mewtwo Funko that I have.
Oh yeah.
And because it has that one crease on the plastic,
Mm-hmm.
transparent plastic, it's not gonna be a perfect grade.
Yep.
But that's good to know. I would have sent it. It would have cost me $60, and then I would have been very pissed off when I got back.
Yep. 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 Yeah. And again, like it's funny because we're not going to get into it too much. This is for episode 2, but it comes down to when they sell it, they don't care if there's a little crease or something. They're still going to sell it at top dollar. But when they buy it, it won't be the same. So, do you really care about the quality or not of it? It depends. If you just buying it because you're like, I just want one for me. Maybe the quality doesn't matter as much. Maybe you go for a more fucked up one that costs less because you're going to open it and display the thing. But
Hmm.
if you're gonna buy it because you're like, I'm gonna keep it and I am gonna display it, but it's gonna stay sealed and it's gonna stay pristine because I might get rid of it down the road. I want it to hold its value. At that point, the quality does matter and it has to be pristine because you have to know if there's anything wrong with it at all. Now this is the grade or this is the quality of it, and it's not gonna achieve that much more as an investment strategy.
Hmm. Well, that's a good way to assess things
Yeah.
because most people are like, maybe I can rub the white off, and PSA won't know, and then they might give it a
Yeah.
10. Just you know what you're doing. You have a process, trial
This
and error.
this takes us to our last point actually, because I think we're done with the anime part. Again, we just I just wanted to have a little conversation, see what type of animes you like. We could always have a standalone episode where we talk about nothing but anime. This
Hmm.
was a get to know iFOMO thing. Investment tips, investment strategies, especially because One Piece is the market that more well. Let's dive into it, man. Let's talk about that part of the night because that's been the one thing that we're like, okay, we're going to get to it later. We're going to get to it later. That's the last topic we had. Again, we could take as little as we want or as long as we want on it. But this is again, one of the big major topics I wanted to get into, especially because I know nothing about the One Piece market, you know? So you're gonna teach me. I'm probably gonna have questions to pick your brain on it, you know? But let's dive into it. Let's get into this part. Before we go any further though, remember, this channel is monetized, so I have to give one disclaimer. This is all for entertainment purposes. Don't take any of this financial advice as actual advice to go do something with your money. This is just a couple of guys hanging out on a Friday night, chit chatting, having a friendly conversation. You're watching this to have a good time. You're not watching this to make you rich. However, if you decide to look further into this and you think that whatever is stated is true, you take your own risk. You make your own decisions. You decide what you do with your money. Don't come back and say it's my fault because no, no, no. I'm just a broke motherfucker that doesn't know shit. And I'm talking to my buddy iFOMO. So let's get into it. Let's hear about the market, baby.
All right. So, One Piece. Where do I start? They've already, unfortunately, suffered through a reprint last year.
Hmm.
I think everybody knows that at this point. So, prices have come crashing down, doom and gloom. There's no investability here, right? Wrong. Ever since the beginning of this year, prices have started to increase gradually. One might say even organic. Not that anyone knows what organic means anymore. Wink, wink, Pokemon. So when you look at One Piece, there's actual organic growth over time. I bought into OP09, which is
Okay.
the not the most recent set because now we have OP10, but it's one of the most recent sets.
Okay.
This booster box sold in Christmas for lowest possible was $110. It's
Ooh.
about 120 with tax. That's as low as it went. Um, Ever since then, we've seen gains. Let me check the last time. I think yesterday I checked it was $172. Meaning, in the last 4 to 5 months, it's gone up, I would say, a little over 50%. But this is all under the condition that there's um, organic growth over time. So, a few key factors that you need to know. Yeah, it's 171.71.
Okay.
So a few key factors you need to know is that One Piece, unlike Pokemon, is ultra playable. Like the
Mm.
whole essence of the game is playability. It's not collectability yet.
Okay.
It's not. So
Well, is there numbered cards or signature cards or anything special like that for One Piece? Because again, remember, I don't know too much about One Piece.
yeah, there are serialized cards. There are cards that are signed by the author.
Okay.
There are manga rare cards, which is essentially the highest level of rarity in the
Yeah.
sets. You will only find manga rare versions in sets. You will not find them as promos, nothing like that. Then you have alt arts, and
Okay.
then you have your basics, and then you have your cheap cards. But
So
it all revolves. Mhm.
in that regard, is it really as much player based versus collector based? Because will a player use a serialized card in the game?
That's a
I
great
understand.
question.
The alt
They
arts,
are.
you've told me alt arts, they have the shittier version, the normal version that has the same fucking effect, same everything. It's just a different picture, right? Will you really use the alt art in game or will you use
Yeah.
the shittier version? I
They
understand some people want a blinged out deck, but blinged out, it says it in the fucking name. Bling bling, baby. You're spending money, you're showing off, baby. It's gonna be collectible cards instead of playable cards because that's the bling bling. That's where the
yeah.
money is, right? I mean,
See,
that's what I'm seeing.
I think the bling bling, whether it's collector or playability, I think it's kind of the same thing because whether you want the card because it's collectible because it looks good and you want to show it off to your friends, or you want to pimp out your deck by putting the most expensive manga or card in your deck to show off
Mhm.
to your friends. It's kind of the same concept. It's just that because One Piece is so hyper driven towards playability, it actually works as a benefit. It's
Okay.
not like you'd think it would have the inverse effect, but it also has it has the inverse of the inverse effect.
All right,
So
let's dive into that. That's a oh, that sounds like a little tongue twister there. An inverse of an inverse of an effect. Isn't an
like when
inverse of an inverse what it should be about face? It's like a 360.
you would think so. But the way it depends on what lens you're viewing it from. Because if you're
All
viewing it
right.
from a Pokemon lens, you're going against the grain. You're doing exactly what the opposite of what you've been told to do.
All right.
But that's how it works in One Piece. That's why I express people learning different TCG other than Pokemon because they're all different and they all have their own nuances and they all have something that makes them unique in one form, shape, or another.
Yes.
Like, let's see, for example.
All right. Cuz check this out. For Pokemon,
Mhm.
if you get an alt art, there is usually a regular version of the card, right? It has everything exactly the same. The alt art is the expensive one. You know, it is a Called a trading card game, right? But
Mhm,
for the collectability aspect, the alt art, the fancy, the expensive, the nicer looking one, players have that option. For Yu-Gi-Oh, also you have ultra rare, ultimate rare, secret rare. You have ghost rare, but in reality,
mhm.
you still have a lower rarity of the card. Everything's the same, so it caters to both aspects. For One Piece, you don't think it's the same way? I mean, like, I feel like One Piece is a newer TCG. Those other TCGs do that. I feel like it's a common thing for TCGs to do that. Um,
Oh, yeah. What you're
yeah,
saying about the rarity, they have to because otherwise cards would be, too unique and there would be
yeah.
massive scarcity.
Hmm.
That makes 100% sense, and, yeah, I do understand that. One Piece struggled with that for a little bit because they were printing exactly as you described. They have their extremely cheap, they have their medium cheap, then they have their expensive and very expensive.
Yes.
Um, the problem with that is that the demand was so high for One Piece last boom. Oh man, those are so good.
I'm gonna eat a couple of these again. I don't need to talk a lot during this. This is your time to shine. I'm soaking stuff up. As I have questions, I'll ask questions, but I'm gonna eat a couple of these. Shug, thank you so much. Zehai choose.
By the way, Merc, they do go through arcs in their sets. It's just they don't follow a chronological structure when it comes to the arcs, and also they throw in mixes like we're gonna get a whole cake island set. You don't have to know what that means. Just we're getting that. Uh, but the next set after that is going to be about the three brothers, Luffy, Sabo, and Ace. So literally, it doesn't even have anything to do with an arc. If it did, it probably had something to do with Marineford, but Sabo, one of the brothers, is never introduced. So they do whatever they feel like people will like. Um, let's see. So back to yeah, those are
Three
so
different
freaking good.
flavors. Yeah.
So that's why you One Piece is a little bit of a different beast compared to Pokemon, for example, because Pokemon people are actively buying out cards to manipulate the market, whereas One Piece people are doing that, but they're not doing it very effectively, where it's like causing panic in the market. And you want to know why? Because nobody's out there FOMOing, thinking that these cards are going to be gone the next day. Why? Because people aren't collecting like that. People aren't trying to manipulate the market like that. This is a much more stable market than what you're seeing in Pokemon. Of course, that's subject to change. If Pokemon dies down and people want to venture into something else, it's possible that they could go into One Piece. I mean, the whole idea of Pokemon uh, correcting last year, they had a market correction. Those people lost a lot of money, but you saw a lot of them pour their money into One Piece. That
Hmm.
whole week, prices were going freaking bonkers on the internet. I was selling PSA 8s and PSA 10s for almost the same price. That's how
Hmm.
crazy it got. And that only happened for about 1 or 2 weeks. And then boom, it just crashed right back down. What we were left with was crazy scarcity and, well, bags, all these inflated products, all these inflated cards, and they had to go down somehow through reprints, but it still took about 5 months or 6 months for them to actually um, go through with the reprints, just like Prismatic Evolution. So
Yeah.
you can see trends, and as you notice, there are trends that you can catch on that will lead you in a certain direction, just like Pokemon is for me right now. Uh,
For for One Piece, would you say that
mhm.
it's kind of easier to
I'd
safeguard the
say it's
market?
harder.
I would safeguard the market where it's not as easy to manipulate. It's easier to keep the market safe because there's serialized cards. You have a finite number of the big hitters. With
Oh yeah,
Pokemon,
but no,
how many
no
how many blue
serialized
bunnies?
car.
Yeah, exactly.
The
No serialized for Pokemon except for that Mew that's gonna come out, right? There's only 15, 10 copies of that special Mew card. But
Yeah, but there are no serialized cards in One Piece sets though. They're all like tournament cards, or you have to go to events in order to get these cards.
oh, okay.
Uh None of these, I mean, yes, there was some manipulation for certain cards like that. But nothing like, even for serialized cards, I think one of the serialized cards you can get that is a Luffy is like $1,000 or $2,000.
That's
It's still
expensive.
readily available. Yeah, but it's readily
Well,
available in TCG Player.
but that's the
All of
thing.
these cards. That's the interesting thing, that there is no
Yeah.
fear in this market that I'm in, because we've never gone through a real period of scarcity where people were like, man, if I don't get that card today, it's not going to be there tomorrow. That has never happened in this hobby, even after a boom, even after we were left with all these inflated cards. The only thing that happened was all these people had these cards that were overinflated and nobody was willing to pay for it. That's the
Mm.
difference. One Piece, people know, people have a limit to how much they're willing to pay for it. And if you go over that limit, you're not going to get a fucking sale. I promise you that. So you have to be very careful with how you try to finagle the market.
Okay.
That being said, if you buy anything Luffy and you flip it, you can make money. In, in a bear market, I remember I was getting $10 cards and selling them for 60, 70. That's still very good margins. Yeah. It took a while. I'm not gonna lie, because liquidity for One Piece is harsh. Like, if you think things in a bear market for Pokemon don't sell, you're in for a rude awakening with One Piece because it takes even longer. But there are little hype wagons, hype trends that you can jump on. For example, like this year, we know that the live action season 2 is coming out. Well, that was one of the triggers that caused the boom to begin with last year. One of
Hmm.
the many triggers. One of them was the TCG was getting extremely popular at the time. The live action came out. Luffy was turning Gear 5 in the anime. Luffy was
Hmm.
also fighting Kaido. That's some of the best animation we've seen in One Piece. So multiple factors led to this little boom that One Piece had. Uh, I see those same trends happening this year with the live action, with the anime, with a lot of Bandai promoting One Piece because they've gone above and beyond with their marketing. They could do a
Okay.
little better.
Do you have
Um,
certain plays that you're keeping track of, or certain cards you're thinking of for since season two's coming out?
uh, y- yeah, I was thinking about doing a play with the live action Luffy's because there are live action Luffy cards. There's
Oh, there are
two of them. Yeah, there's two of them. One
hmm.
is like $5. The other one's like $3. I'm sure if you
Promos.
grade those by, yeah. Yeah, they're promos that came in this binder. There was a folder. It was a folder with all the characters, all the live action characters in the folder. Essentially, you could grade that whole thing. That's a play. It's just that certain characters are more liquid than others. Like I would say Nami, Luffy, Nami and Luffy,
Hmm.
Zoro, they're the better ones. Then also like we have to think season 2 is coming out. We know Chopper is going to be revealed for season 2. And this could go
Wow.
one of two ways. Either people absolutely hate Chopper, therefore they don't buy Chopper cards, or they absolutely fall head over heels for Chopper, hence they buy Chopper cards. And if they do and they fall for the FOMO, I mean the FOMO that they have in Japan over Chopper, because Chopper is beloved in Japan.
Because he's
Uh,
little, cute.
yeah, and he's adorable. And I
Hmm.
think the fact that he's not going to talk in the live action, I think that's going to help because we don't want a whiny little chopper. Sounds annoying as hell. We don't want that. Might as well
Hmm.
make him mute. That way we just get to enjoy the cuteness. So
Hmm.
I think it's a good idea, but ultimately the live action is going to help bring people into the TCG. Right now we're just in that lull period where Everything's just steadily going up in price due to organic growth, but it's not any crazy number like you're gonna see in Pokemon. The
Hmm.
difference is you have organic growth over complete market manipulation. And if you don't know which one to pick, then you need to go back to the basics. You know, that's
Yeah.
that's a topic for different day
Yeah.
for sure.
That's
Uh,
pretty cool.
yeah. Then what I've been looking into is tournament cards. I've been looking into very cheap cards like Gear 5 Luffy cards. There's some that are like 60 cents on
Tell me
TCG Player.
about these tournament cards you've been looking into.
Treasure Cup cards, finalist cards, top 64 cards that you get from going to regional championships and stuff like that. If you put Treasure Cup in the search on TCG Player, you're more likely to find what you're looking for. And I
Okay.
like those cards, but they haven't proven any form of growth.
Are
In fact,
they
some of these have gone down.
how rare would you say they are? Are they very, very limited in their amount of release? Or are they
I
very
would,
bountiful?
yeah, I have a Zoro that's I think in the hundreds to 200s pop availability, but
Oh.
the yeah, there's a lot of these that are even less. I think it's reflected on the price though, 100%. Because you see some of these cards are like $300. The Zoro, I bought it for 400, but then you go as you go down the page, you see certain cards that are like $3,500. I assume that's probably because there might only be like 10 of them or something
Hmm.
like that, but these aren't serialized or anything like that. The price is solely a reflection of like how rare this card is according to what they deem it to be.
Mm. Did you see Merck's message?
No. Which one?
The last two.
Last two. What anime would make you go into Union Arena more?
Hmm.
Death Note.
Mm.
Death Note Union Arena. That would hit. I already know that they're bringing out solo leveling, and I already know that they're bringing out Kaiju number 8. They're playing their cards very well, in my opinion. That if they just focus on very strong IPs like Death Note, uh,
How do
not
they choose?
not like Death Note, but hmm?
How do they choose what they choose?
Well, that's the interesting thing because they started with Hunter x Hunter, Bleach, and Jujutsu Kaisen, which very random in my opinion. But then they
That's
went
all
with
they had.
Bleach. That's all they had in the first release, the original release. Then they introduced Code Geass. Then they introduced Bleach, One Punch Man. I think there's one more that I'm missing. But yeah, and now as I look through the stuff that's on pre-order, you see Solo Leveling, you see Kaiju number 8.
Hmm.
I saw something else, but Sword Art Online is one
Mm.
of them. Shout out to Merc. Um, that it seems like that's what we have
You know
so
what I would
far.
go for? Witchblade.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
Witchblade.
see, those are the things I'm saying that if they just play their cards right and just please don't put don't give us a nothing set because they're in
Hmm.
a very tricky position where every single set has to be a banger because it's a genre of anime. So
Yeah.
they have to be careful. It's like don't throw Winnie the Pooh in the mix or anything like that. Or
Yeah.
don't give me the Rick and Morty anime, please.
I think Parasite would be a good one.
Very nice. And I do think it would be cool if they could ultimately put Yu-Gi-Oh in there and throw Pokemon in there. That's a
Yeah.
very far-fetched thing to say, but um I
No,
don't
it's
see
not.
any reason
Think
why
about it.
not.
Pokemon, they had Topps Pokemon cards, and we have the Pokemon TCG. So there's other TCG sets that have Pokemon in it, if you think about it.
True. True, but they would have to give a sizable margin of their profits to Pokemon.
But if you really want to do it, think about how hyped it might be. Might be worth it. Still, right? Maybe.
It it would, although I don't really consider Pokemon as an anime. I consider Yu-Gi-Oh more as an anime. And if they could do, dude, if they could throw in Digimon in there, although that would be counterproductive for Bandai.
Hmm.
Uh, there's ways of making
Hmm.
this work. It's just I don't think Union Arena has fully thought it through. I think they're getting there because I think they released Union Arena on a whim, and I think the whim worked. And I think now, as you can see with these pre-orders, they picked really, really good animes to
Hmm.
release sets of. They need to change their art. There's some things that they need to do. Their art is trash right now. No
For
offense.
Union Arena?
Yeah. I've
I
seen,
haven't really looked into it too much. It looks cool, but I don't have them in hand, so I haven't checked it out way too much. You know what I mean?
yeah. The cards are cool. There's two of them. I believe, no. It's that Union Arena, some of the hits are signed.
Oh.
So a lot of these cards come with signatures, but it's extremely convoluted. And the problem is that they just show kind of like an image of the main character, and that takes up the majority of the picture.
Hmm.
So you have the picture of the main character, then you have the signature of the entire thing. It takes up
Hmm.
the whole card. We need better art.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. That's one thing I think that they could benefit tremendously if they would just include some texture, include some alts, better
How
art.
how is Union Arena doing in terms of not collectability but investability, I guess? How is it doing? Does it have a strong market for the secondary market? Is it having no sales?
I
Is
have
there
no
value
idea.
that the cards hold?
I'm not the right person to ask because I don't know how many sales. No, I don't even know how many sales any of these cards have had. But just by the booster box price, I'm pretty sure a booster box is $50. Oh, what? Oh no, that's pre-order. Yeah, One Punch Man, that's the latest one, is $50.
Hmm.
Jujutsu Kaisen is 55. I'd buy these, dude, just to have one of each. They're cool. And for $50, it's a good deal.
Okay. You
Yeah, but
would
I'm
keep
not
it
the right
sealed?
person to ask about this. I have no idea what kind of liquidity this has. And also, the liquidity could be skewed because right now, Bleach just finished the last season of Thousand Year Blood War arc,
Hmm.
and there's a lot of hype around it. But at the same time, the hype could have died down. So, really, it's a very bad time to make an assessment on whether or not Bleach is popular or not because the numbers are whether it's because of hype or whether it's because of lack of demand or too much demand because we just had a season finale.
I get you. Hmm.
Definitely. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like having one of these booster of each one of these booster boxes would be such a cool display piece. And all created by the same company, Union Arena. That's pretty sick.
They're small.
Yeah, they should be. They should be just your normal booster box size.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, so
Hmm.
investing in One Piece, you have to be very careful because there are things that can happen where you can end up shooting yourself in the foot. Like you know
Damn.
how I talk about Luffy?
Yeah.
I did say on the last live last Saturday that the whole hype about Luffy could be completely artificially created. Why?
Damn.
Because of that main character that's so damn likable from Brazil, Luffy.
Yep.
He's too damn likable, and people loved him. And Luffy skyrocketed as a result of that. So I don't know if this is a lingering effect of that Luffy or people like One Piece. But there's no reason that tells me that Luffy should be more inflated than any of the other waifus. That to me
Why?
looks like a reverse waifu effect from the Pokemon boom. You know how waifus boomed during the
Yeah.
boom? and then we go figure out later. Opossum Butt explains that that was completely market manipulated. I feel like the same thing happened with Luffy in this boom of
Okay.
One Piece. And once that hype dies down, I don't know if it'll return. And it's very tricky to assess because we're having the second season of a live action, and you know that the second season kind of makes or breaks the TV show because you start
Mhm.
seeing like, oh, this is what they're capable of, or this is what they're lacking. But by then, they're not really willing to make any changes. They're willing to do it for the first season because that's the most important season of their life, budget
Yeah.
wise, for survival. You know,
Yeah.
season
To
two,
keep
they care a
going.
little bit less for. So I'm really hoping that there's going to be a good season two.
I think Merc said Full Metal Alchemist, Attack on Titan, Black Clover,
Rurouni Kenshin,
Rurouni Kenshin, Kaiju, and
Clover.
Sword Art Online are coming.
That is sick.
I want Full Metal Alchemist if that's coming out. I'd be down to. I want to open that on the channel.
I,
I'd be down.
bro, I want all of them.
Um, I would do Full Metal Alchemist. I wouldn't do Attack on Titan. I don't like Attack on Titan. Um, I would do Sword Art Online. Tekken. I'd do Tekken. I'd do Mortal
Tekken,
Kombat.
that's right.
He said he
Tek-
hopes Mortal Kombat comes out. I'd do Mortal Kombat if they had it.
Soul Calibur, that would be so cool. If they
Yeah.
did video games, that would be an interesting thing if they. I think that's too nuanced though. They're already doing Tekken. I think that's enough. I don't think
Nah.
Tekken did very well in Japan.
If they do Tekken, that means that they're open to doing another line, and other IPs, other games are in the mix. You know, wasn't there a game where I'm gonna what was it called? Damn, I'm gonna have a hard time remembering this game. It'll
Ninja
come to me.
Gaiden,
It'll come. Hmm?
Ninja Gaiden. I don't know why it reminded me of that.
No, I was gonna bring up. It was literally a game with nothing but waifus in it, and it was like a fighting game. And I was like, they could come out with that game for the card set because they have a lot of waifus in the card sets. But I can't
Yeah,
remember what were the waifu games called back in the day. Like,
Bayonetta.
nah,
I don't know. I can't remember right now. I think Final Fantasy.
yeah. It'll eventually come to me. I'll remember at some random point. And I'll be like, that's the name of it. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, as much as I wanted to talk in a positive way about One Piece, it's tricky because you don't want to get involved in One Piece when I can't even assess what the hell is going on. Let's put it that
mm,
way.
I get
Um,
you. So you feel that One Piece was going a certain way for the market, but it's changed, you feel?
I think it's getting better.
Okay.
It's just that there's so many what ifs right now that the market could become very bipolar from one day to the other, and that's not good. Playability will be fine. Like playability, the hobby's super strong when it comes to playability. It's just the whole Gear 5 Luffy thing. If I had to advise anybody to make any plays on One Piece, I would just say go with Gear 5 Luffy, but look for plays on waifus because waifus are actually a more solid investment, I would say, and I can't believe I'm saying that, than
So
Luffy right now because there's just so many ifs revolving around Luffy.
it'd be like Nami, Nico Robin.
Robin, Yamato, there's a lot. Bella Betty, Vivi. I love Vivi. Vivi's so cool.
Hmm.
Vivi's the girl with the blue hair. There's
Okay.
a lot of them, but the main ones, I would actually, if we're talking about the main ones, I would just say Nami.
Oh, check it out. What I think I know the name of the waifu game. Wasn't it called Rumble Roses? Wasn't that the
Can't
name of a
remember.
game? Let me check. Give me a second. I felt like that was a literally like a game that came out back in the day where it has nothing but female characters and they're fighting with each other. Yeah, Rumble Roses came out for PS2, Xbox 360. It's all female characters and they're just like they're it's like a fighting game. Like a I feel like it's like a MMA game,
Hmm.
but there's no
Yeah,
male
I've never heard of
characters.
that.
I recall. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I figured out which waifus you guys need if you want any. It would be Uta, Yamato, Nami, or Boa Hancock. Robin is
Ooh,
not
Boa
as
Hancock.
popular, surprisingly. So
Why
I
is that?
wouldn't necessarily go with Robin. Not yet,
All
unless
right.
you want to make a speculative play because you think Robin is underinflated and you think she's going to go up to the moon. But
Okay.
yeah, Uta, who's Shanks' daughter, Yamato, who's Kaido's daughter, quote unquote, Nami, and Boa Hancock. Those are
Okay.
those are the four pillars of the waifu One Piece, at least right now.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, Robin's definitely the cool one.
Oh, here.
Oh,
John Paul 1000179 says, I got a Monkey D. Luffy Gears card signed at Collecticon by the voice Erica something. What you guys think about that? I sent it to PSA also. That's pretty dope. That's pretty nice,
Erica's
dude.
the voice of Luffy.
Yeah,
That's
that's
very
amazing.
cool. I would
That's
totally
probably
send that to PSA.
that's probably gonna have some good value.
Yeah,
Collectability
whether
wise, yeah.
whether it's for collectability or if it's for profit, I would definitely make that play because that's such a cool item to have, to be honest.
When you send it into PSA, did you get it graded for the card or graded for the signature or both? Because I know that it's two different grades. The authentication and grading of the signature is one thing. Authentication grading of the card is a separate thing, but you could do the combo and get it authenticated, graded, and the signature authenticated and graded as well.
Yeah, I'd recommend that, especially if you have a clean card with a clean signature. If you have a dent,
Yeah.
don't bother. Just send it to the auto authenticate.
Both.
Both, very nice. So
Ooh.
it's clean and the signature looks good.
You know what that deserves? That deserves a little blinky for it in itself. That's pretty amazing. That's nice. That's some really worth keeping in your collection. Unless of course the right price or the right offer comes along, then that could be life-changing as well.
Yeah. Also, the SP cards, that's a step above alt art rarity. Um, there are these SP cards that have these very cool, they're kind of like full arts for One Piece characters, and they have very interesting textures around the card. And these are considered higher rarity than alt arts. That's a
Mhm.
play right there. I I considered this a like somewhat long-term play because I was thinking these are rarer cards than alt arts. Eventually scarcity will hit and these things will go up in price. The problem
Yeah.
is, as I said before, scarcity has never hit this hobby. So you can never assess when the heck that's going to happen. If it's never
Okay.
happened, how the hell can you figure out when the hell it's going to happen? You can have a good guess, but it's probably not going to be anywhere close.
Too new of a market, you would say, to correlate and rely on past data.
There is no past data. It's only 3 years old. It's
Well,
crazy.
but a lot of people nowadays, when they invest in the 6 months worth of data, people are making plays based on recent sales because it's like short-term trading. That's what it feels like sometimes,
It's day
right?
trading. It's day
Yeah,
trading, but it takes a week because you
yeah.
have to ship the cards, you have to get the cards, you have to sell the cards.
Not if you sell everything locally. There are people that just sell locally, right? There's that as well. Like it depends on the marketplace you use. There's some people that I see that only sell through Facebook Marketplace or they only sell through OfferUp. Eman Collects was one of the people that says he posted a
Oh
bunch
yeah?
of stuff on OfferUp, offloaded everything in a day. You get your full value. You don't pay any fees. You don't deal with having to promote your shit and paying fees to promote your shit. You just boom, this is what I got. Who wants it? Boom, you want it? There you go. Somebody else buys it. 3 weeks later, boom, this is what I got. Who wants it? Somebody else buys it because it just keeps going up, and everybody's like, I made $50. I made $60. Like I said, like you just said, day trading, right? Oh, it's
Mhm.
worth this today. It's worth this tomorrow. Trade it off tomorrow. Get some other shit. Make some more money. Like
Turn and burn the
it's
process.
yes, it's easy to do that. It seems, and when you're doing that, no one's looking at the data 2 years ago to see what this was worth. No one is seeing some of the sets that are going for 200, almost $300, and they're like, "Oh, for the longest they were just 100 and something." Like all this is like recent, you know what I mean? Because again, if you're trying to get rid of it after a few days, after a week, after 2 weeks, it doesn't matter if it did bad for so long and now it's doing good and it's a play for the future. It becomes this is a highly liquid item and I can get rid of it now, and if it crashes tomorrow, I'll buy a bunch of it because I know it did good and I know I can get rid of it for this point and I'll wait for it to hit that point again. That's what it
Mhm.
becomes for some people. Again, I don't really sell shit. So, like, I have sold collections off to like stores, like when I like liquidate an entire like hobby. Like when I got rid of all my like Funko Pops and stuff, I sold most of them off to a bunch of dealers like at Frankensons. You get me? I
Mhm.
did trade some Funko Pops off for cards and stuff. Like with E-Man Collects, we were talking about how in the parking lot at it was Collecticon Long Beach in the parking lot of Burger King, we did a trade where I traded a bunch of my Funko Pops for a bunch of his Pokemon cards because he had, a trade binder. And I was like, hey, I had all these. These are left over from my collection that I'm offloading. And he's like, all right, cool. I like these. I like those. Like, you know, um,
Nice.
yeah,
Well,
but
that's
I've
an
never
interesting
really,
way of doing it. I don't personally do that
yeah,
for many reasons. One, I that's not my style of selling. Two, I feel like it would be a little dangerous around here.
mm,
Uh, just the area that I live in. I know a lot of batos that like to steal shit, so
yeah,
I wouldn't fucking trust people here. It's just a personal thing.
yeah.
Um,
No, it makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah,
but by all means, if you can manage to push product and have cash move that quickly from one hand to the other, by all
yeah,
means, that sounds like a very successful venture right there, in my opinion.
yeah. and
Absolutely.
that's and that's why that exists, because those markets, like you said, in certain areas they don't work but in other areas they do, right?
Hmm.
So like you said, for you in your area you wouldn't do that, but you could sell on TCG Player, you could sell on eBay, or
That's what
you
I
could
currently do.
sell, yeah,
So there's many options, and you're not limited to anything. You can do whatever the hell you want because you can sell from here to Honduras something and they'll ship it over to Honduras.
yeah,
Um, you just, and that's why people emphasize so much in this hobby. You have to find your niche because
but
your niche isn't the same as everybody else's. Hmm.
going with what you said, you could sell something to Honduras and send it to Honduras. That's a portion of why the market's so bad, if you think about it. Right now, Japan just released the rocket set, right?
Hmm.
Japan has safeguards in place to prevent scalpers. There's no distributor. You can only get one box, per person or whatever. They remove the shrink wrap, this and that. There's all these things, right? But you go online and there's so many resellers with that rocket set right now. It is insane. It is almost impossible for some people in Japan to get their hands on the rocket set right now, but there are so many resellers selling it worldwide. So, rocket is supposed to be printed to demand, right? But this is the thing. If they print it to demand, it's to the demand of Japan because it's meant to be sold only in Japan. It even says in the box, not for sale outside of Japan. So when you have all this demand in the US and all these sellers from Japan selling that product off to the US, that demand from Japan, well, you have no product or allocation for it. The demand stayed there. And the demand from the US is a much bigger demand because not only is the US demanding it, but the rest of the world, the UK and South America, everywhere around the world, they want these boxes from Japan. Yet the box is being printed to the demand of Japan. but it's
Mhm.
being sold worldwide. That's a part of the problem. Everybody says it's this or that. It's a multifaceted thing, and we've brought up several points of that. But part of it is because it's so easy through so many platforms to sell worldwide. There's an exchange of goods that's occurring at an astronomical level. All of us, when we sell something worldwide, we're becoming an importer or exporter. If we're buying stuff from around the world, you're importing stuff. If you're selling stuff, you're exporting it. We might not think of it because, oh, we're little, we're not a store. It's not really like a business, it's just a box, bro. But it might be going to a country that's never received that box ever, and you're the first person that might be sending that box over to that country,
Mhm.
and they're not collecting taxes off of you in a lot of cases. It all depends on how you shipped it, how you filled out the declaration form and everything. Like, and again, it's because world commerce. It is how the world works. It makes the world go round. But to aid into my point once again, it creates a bigger inflated demand, not artificial because it's real, but it's a worldwide demand for a product that's printed to a local demand for a place of the world much smaller than other countries that are requesting extraordinary amounts because they want to be able to sell it. You
Mhm.
get me?
Yeah, it's essentially Rudy's. There's more pieces of the pie to be rationed out to every single person through
Mhm.
this distribution service. Well, it's the same thing happening to each country that wants to purchase one of these products. Now, what they're trying to alleviate it is by making language like Latin American cards. They're trying to make Latin American Pokemon cards. And I assume
Mhm.
that's to relieve demand from South Central and Mexico, South Central America
Mhm.
and Mexico,
Yep.
which will help. Uh, because I guess in that sense, they want English to be exclusive to North America. I think that's a
But
good idea.
that's always been how it is.
Yeah.
Japan cards were exclusive to Japan. They weren't supposed to be a hot thing here, but we have a damn market for it. Look at
Yeah,
TCG Player. We have Japan prices. Why? Because there's a fucking market. Like,
true. And ultimately, no other language is as quote unquote investable or collectible as English. English is number one, Japanese is number two. Even when I go to Honduras and I talk to people about Spanish cards, they say those aren't investable.
they
They
want
say
English.
you want the English because if anything's going to go up in price in the next 5 to 10 years, it's going to be English. They know. They're not dumb. They know exactly what they're doing.
But isn't it because, all right, like you said, in collectibles in certain countries, you can't just sell collectibles. There's no market. If there's no market, there's no market data, which means the cards that are in that market have no market data, so you don't know what the hell they're worth.
You
But
that's
eBay,
where people become
online,
sneakier.
yeah,
You know what you were saying about the sneaky businessman that uh, nitpicks at whatever you have, but always tries to sell you his shit like it's premium.
yeah, yep.
That's what happens in Honduras because there is no guaranteed price. You know what I heard? That was crazy the last time I went to Honduras. They
What's
were
up?
basing MSRP according to troll and toad prices.
Oh,
Yeah,
ouch.
bro. And I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah,
Like, I mean, I don't think I can do that. That's like I don't even know how to navigate that. How do you base
yep.
MSRP off troll and toad prices? That's insane.
Maybe that's one of the only places they could place an order and receive shit from.
It's
This is what
possible.
we get it for. This is what it costs.
Yeah.
Even if you buy it at whatever it costs on Trollin Toad, well, if they're part of a program, they get it discounted. You see a price, we pay 10 or 20% under list price. That's their margin.
Mhm.
Because again, I worked with a manufacturer for the 2A field. They had price list. And if you were, one of the people in their program, you buy their products and you get it at this much. But everybody sees this is what the product's selling. So when they buy at this is what the product's selling. Since you bought everything at a price list, you're making a margin. You're guaranteed a margin with every sale. That's how they get you to join those programs and keep buying as a recurring buyer on a standard basis where you get so many units every so often because that's what a manufacturer wants. I'm going to be churning out 50,000 units. I need to make sure I sold 60,000 each month. Why? It keeps our shit hot. It keeps us in demand, and there's always people coming back asking for more. So in times of low output, I'm still selling out that way. That's
Nice.
how they work.
Yeah. That's essentially how that's their new business model, or that's essentially their new implementation of the business model. We'll see if that
Hmm.
actually works.
Yeah, yeah. But damn, dude, that's cool. I feel like we hit a bunch of good points. How do you feel? Did you enjoy the conversation we've had today so
Dude,
far?
this was a lot of fun. We got to make a part two sometime. Once I'm done
Yeah,
with school,
yeah.
for
Did you
sure.
know we went over 4 hours? We literally went over 4 hours, dude. We're like at 4 hours and 15 minutes right now, dude. We're about to
Oh,
hit that.
nice. Bet.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
what is
So
the
I mean,
longest you've been?
I had a couple of people that went 6 hours. I mean, UPB went 6 hours, I believe, and he still had more left in him. I had to go. I had to eat, and Yesenia was gonna go to bed too. But damn, dude, this was fun. I honestly feel like we hit every one of the talking points.
Yeah, and
Let me.
honestly, I think we did hit all the talking points. I think I could have gone a little bit more into One Piece, but I need a little bit of time so that I get a good assessment of what the hell is going on in this market. Because right now everything is just kind of quiet. We're in a lull. There are
Mm-hmm.
two sets coming in the future, which is EBO2 that should be releasing any moment now, and EB OP12.
Okay.
Um, those and also OP13, which is the two brothers. Those three sets should give me a better assessment because I'm going to start seeing more movement of things in the hobby. Right now, there's just not a lot of movement.
Mm-hmm.
Cards have been banned, rotations have been re implemented, regionals ended. So the whole dynamic of even
Oh.
playability is shifting right now.
So it's a
You know?
transition period right now. It might be to where you got to keep your eye to the ball because it might be a good time to get in, right?
Yes, if you know what you're looking for.
Mhm.
Like, if you want to look for playable cards right now, go into Procious TCG. Dude is amazing. Go to Vampire Gaming on YouTube. Two great channels. These guys always give advice of underrated, um, cheap, playable cards that,
Mhm.
regardless if they don't go to from $1 to $2 from today to tomorrow, eventually they will because eventually they'll be relevant to the meta.
I get
That's
you.
what you're looking for because these cards they spike. They don't spike a buck or two. They spike like $4 or $5. If
Okay.
they're very very playable, some of these like dumb like common cards, some of them spike to like $25, dude.
Ooh, because they're
Just
staple
because,
for decks.
yeah, because they're stable for decks precisely.
Okay, I totally get that. Because again, I used to be a Yu-Gi-Oh player. Like that's the one TCG that at one point in my life I got heavily into. Like, okay, I get it. I totally get it. I understand why certain cards. This card ain't rare, yeah, but it's OP. You need it. You
Hmm.
need to run 4 copies of it. Everybody wants it. There's gonna be a match. Hey, regionals is coming up. This card's in high demand. Okay, I get it. I totally get it.
Yep, there you
Yeah.
go. It's simple supply and demand.
Yep.
And
Yep.
when supply runs out, the demand becomes higher.
Yeah. Did you see Merck's last question? John Paul, by the way, said, "Thanks, guys. Appreciate the info for earlier." Thank you, John Paul.
Appreciate
Merck
you, John Paul.
Merck said, "Should I sell everything and move to Antarctica, or would the North Pole be better?" This is what I say, Merck. Consult with the family first. Ask your wife, "Will it be okay if we wake up tomorrow and there's nothing but frostbite on our toes?" If she says yes, you're fine with either one because they're both going to be equally as cold. If she says no, hold on to those investments. Let them mature just a little bit more, pal.
In my opinion, you should go to the North Pole because the polar bears are friendlier.
No, polar bears are vicious.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I don't really know. I just know that in what did he say?
Antarctica or the
Antart
North Pole?
Antarctica. I thought he was talking about Alaska. So I was thinking about black bears, or is it brown bears? I think brown bears are the only ones that can climb trees. Yeah.
What about
So
black
you
bears?
want to be careful with those brown bears.
Black
Black
bears
bears
do not
can't
climb
climb
the tree?
trees. Or
Oh.
maybe it's black bear. I'm my head's not screwed on straight at this point after 4
Yeah.
hours, you know? So I can't
Yeah.
remember if it's the brown bears or the black bears, but one of those things they climb, and you don't like that. Because if that thing can climb, you're screwed.
Mhm. I know that polar bears are they're scary. Yeah, you don't wanna have an encounter with a polar bear by yourself. They're vicious. I know that much. And I'm not saying they're all bad or nothing like that. They're an apex predator. They eat nothing but meat. We are a walking steak to them in their living room if you have an encounter with them. It's that bad. They will attack and they will overtake a human. They are big. They are hard to take down with the methods that are traditional to us. You know what I mean? But yeah, polar bears, they're scary, man. So I would avoid any situation if at all possible where there might be a polar bear involved. That's what I
Yeah.
would do. Yeah. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and take one last blinky. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Are you cool with wrapping things up for the night? How do you feel? I feel like it went pretty well. We hit every topic. I feel pretty satisfied with the conversation we had. What about yourself?
Yeah. Me too. I think we
All right.
covered everything. It was very fun, very
All right.
fruitful. Now I finally got to know you, even though like we freaking talk all the time every weekend. Now this was more upfront and personal. So yeah, definitely very fruitful. My hand is freaking killing me though from holding this thing.
I just realized you're holding it there.
Yeah, dude, and my phone at this point isn't charging anymore. So
It's
if I
just
like
keeping it
shut off,
on, right? It's
no,
just keeping it.
it's not even like charging it, dude. My phone is so hot at this point, it's not even charging. I'm like
Damn.
at
All right.
8% battery.
Well, that's gonna be it for tonight's episode here. We will be returning Sunday, so Sunday 4:20, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We will have Inked Penguin from Canada over here as our guest. Again, I FOMO, thank you so much. I did link your Instagram in the description below. I did say you're much more active on Instagram than on YouTube, at least for now.
Appreciate you.
Even though we do the Beyond the Binder, I still feel Instagram is where you're more active right now. So I did
Yeah,
link
for
that.
sure.
I did link your YouTube. It is linked in the description. Everybody, check out iFOMO. You can expect to see more content coming from you, especially when you get those slabs. We expect to see different reveals. Daily shorts or something cool, something nice. You go.
Oh
But
yeah, for
again,
sure.
thank you so much. We're gonna say good night, everybody. Good night. Thank you so much.
Peace.
Catch you on the next one.